to yeah, not those. Is it this? That's not it. Do I have to plug it in directly? I feel like I do. All right. What I gotta do is just rearrange some things. Let's do this. Probably, man. You know, I hate myself too. This is the best I can do with my life. It's just bug people that I don't know. Yeah, yeah. It's crazy work. All right. Something so deceiving when you stop believing. Turn me around again. Said that we can do it. You know I wanna do it again. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo. Sugar reset. Every morning when I wake up. There we go. Every morning. Every morning when I wake up, hey, if y'all wanna see what we are reading, go to YouTube. Boo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. We're gonna be starting a book club. Go to YouTube. Boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. I hope you guys on YouTube can hear me through this. Boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. We're gonna be reading a book club. Go to YouTube. All right, got 2 more minutes. Come hell or high water, we're gonna make this shit happen. It looks like I'm streaming. Not sure. Yep. Okay, that's streaming. Studio mode. I don't need studio mode. I need to see where the fuck my chat room is, though. That's what I need to see. That's what I need to look for. Okay, we're gonna put this one. All right, you guys. We gotta get serious now. Justin, I'm gonna block you now. Okay, man. Have a great Saturday. I hope you find whatever it is that you're looking for in life. Okay. Um, I understand that you don't have anything better to do with yourself. I'm sorry. I wish better for you. Okay. Have a good one though, Justin. Happy Saturday. Bye. All right, now that Justin's gone. Look, man, I ain't got time. I ain't got time. You know what I'm saying? I already know. I already know how it is. I already know how it goes. You know, I'm not wasting my time. Who got time for that shit? I don't. I do not, yo. I do not. Hey, what's up, YouTube fam? I ain't got time for that shit. I really, really don't. I really, really don't. As much as racists would like to bug me, you know, I was an out queer in the '90s. You know, there's quite literally. Good luck, I guess. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to harass me on a place where I can just erase your existence. That's wild. That's wild. You're not going to harass me on a place where I can erase your existence. That's just stupid. You know, I can't do that. All right, what I do need is my glasses. Cuz I can't see without my glasses. Right? That I pay bills on? Nah. I really can't see without my glasses though. So like, you guys, I gotta find my glasses. Babies, do you know where my glasses went? Son of a bitch. Like, I really did grab them specifically because I knew that I was going to need them later. And then I put them down. Papa, you see my glasses anywhere? No? Children, do you see my glasses? Where are my glasses at? I don't think anybody. Look, man. God damn it. Where the fuck are my glasses? Ah, found them. Found them. Alrighty, I found my glasses. We're good. We're good. I found my glasses, you guys. We're good. I'm pretty sure Justin went to the YouTube. I don't know. I don't know if you could manage to do that. But hi. I know, right? They're living their best life because they're fake. Them fake. Those are not real. Wee. Bam. Okay. You put this. Ooh. Put this here. Nice. All right. It looks like I have good I can see, which is nice. I got good audio, it looks like. Look, man, don't say damn it. I'm gonna take the compliment. I'm gonna take it. Hey, why you coughing like that? You good? You good? Jesus. Alrighty. Hi. Welcome to my book club. If you guys weren't here last week, don't worry about it. We didn't dive directly into this book just yet. We are currently reading. Hold on, let me get this together and show y'all what we're reading right quick on the tube of views. Put this book up here. We are currently reading Vulture Capitalism, Corporate Crimes, Backdoor Bailouts, and the Death of Freedom by Grace Blakeley. Last week, we basically did like an overview of what the book club has read so far of this book, dove into its concepts, the arguments that are being made within the chapters, and all that good shit. Did some updating, got together, everybody told everybody else what we've been doing and all this other stuff since our hiatus. And today we are going to dive into chapter 8. Before we do, here are the ground rules for the book club. All right. This is a very sacred space to me and to the people who like to join me on book club. What we like to do here is read and converse, right? So I'm going to be reading this chapter to you guys. You are welcome to read along. If you go on YouTube, the book itself is going to be on the live stream, so you can follow along with me as I read. If you want to purchase the book, by all means, go purchase the book. If you can't afford to purchase the book, hit me up, let me know. We'll get you to the book, all right, so that you can read it on your own time, make notes, do all that good shit. Some ground rules here. All right. Let's be respectful. Let's be respectful. Okay. Everyone is welcome here. You don't have to be an anarchist like myself or a liberal or, any of that shit. You don't have to be on the left to be here in the book club, because what we're doing is engaging with this text first and foremost and sharing our experiences and our thoughts that come from what it is that we're experiencing with this text. Okay. That's what we're doing here. That's the whole goal. We're here to learn. We're here to grow. We're here to just share some hours with each other on a Saturday morning, right? And we're not trying to make that shit uncomfortable. I'm not here to fucking argue with nobody, all right? With that being said, if you do want to argue, at least make that argument cogent, respectful, and with regards to the texts that we are dealing with right now, okay? No sidebars. All right. I go on tangents enough as it is. I don't need y'all distracting me with some other shit. You know what I'm saying? No sidebars. Be respectful of everybody else that's in the chat, both here on TikTok or here on the tube of views. You know what I'm saying? Be respectful of the people that you're sharing this morning with. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a dick. I'm going to try not to be an asshole, right? But I'm easily triggered. And when I'm easily triggered, I'm just going to block you. I'm going to remove you from the space. Okay. On any other live, I would entertain the bullshit, but on this live, because it is a sacred space and I'm trying to make it so that everybody can feel comfortable and exist here. Once you start with the fuck shit, I'm just gonna get you out of here, and then you'll never be able to come back unless you create another account to come bug us. You know what I'm saying? So to avoid all of that, let's act like we've been raised with some common sense and some respect, and just display that with each other. That's all I'm asking. Okay. If not, you gonna get blocked. And I'm letting y'all know, for the people who are morning Jamal, how you doing, fam? For the people who just got here and shit, I give this warning out one time, just once. And then once you start being on fuck shit, I'm gonna be like, hey, are you on some fuck shit? And if you continue to display that you are, I'm just gonna get rid of you. I'm not gonna explain. I'm not gonna ask you to stop. I'm not gonna do none of that shit. I'm just going to remove you from my space. Because I can do that. You know, it's the one place on the planet where I can do that shit, where I can just nix people out of all of this. Okay. So those are the ground rules. Other than that, get your tea, remain hydrated and shit. The tea that Urban Hang Suite, by the way, is an amazing coffee house in Richmond, Virginia, downtown Richmond, Virginia. If you were ever in Richmond, Virginia, go ahead and check them out. I'm not sponsored by them by any means, but they are a locally owned mom and pop shop that I fucking love. So I'm promoting that shit. But yeah, stay hydrated. At some point at the end of the chapter, we will sit and have a discussion about what we've read so far, our thoughts on it, all that good shit. And then we're gonna have like a little bit of a break, and then we might dive into chapter 9, depending on how long chapter 8 is. Okay, cool beans. Did I miss anything? Right now, most of my regulars are not here. I do have regulars, you know, even if it's just like 6 of them. Who gives a shit? You know, I got regulars. They will probably sprinkle themselves in here sooner than later. You know what I'm saying? Either way, whatever you miss here, don't even worry about it. It will be on the Patreon. Um, the Patreon is free, by the way. Okay, so you can be a member for free on my Patreon. I do not require you to pay me for anything on that Patreon. Just like everything else on YouTube and on TikTok, it's all fucking free. Now, if you want to subscribe to the Patreon to like support the community, then by all means, I would be more than happy for you to do that. You don't have to in order to engage with me, the content that I make, or any of that shit, right? But yeah, all of that is in the link where the links are normally placed on this app. So yeah, Noah, please don't proselytize. That's another thing. Uh, again, we are focusing on this book that I'm about to start reading. If you're not going to bless the chat with your insights on the book, you can't be here. All right. So please be respectful of that. Right? I'm just going to tell you that. So, yeah. All right. Yeah. So no proselytizing, none of that Jesus bullshit, none of that Republican, Democrat bullshit. We're not here to do all of that. That's not what this is for. Wait until the next one. Okay. Oh, Noah's a bot? Say less. Let me fucking block. Get that shit up out of here, yo. Alrighty. Since like my normal vanguard of moderators are not here, I'm gonna have to be moderating and reading at the same time. So my reading might be affected by such shenanigans. Let me get my pillow ready and shit. Oh my god. All right, cool. I gotta sit back. Oh, okay. Damn. Sorry, guys. I should have did this first. Is like get situated on my bed and shit. Oop. I'm just gonna move this a little bit. Bam. All right, nice. Do I have to be over here more? All right, that's whatever. Cool beans. Let me get a sip. All right. So far in this book that we've been reading, we've been talking about how governments, financial institutions, empires, and corporations plan in society, right? That was the first 2 sections of the book. Now we are in part 3 of this book that talks about Democrat planning. And we're going to be diving into chapter 8 of Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakeley. And that chapter is titled The Architect and the Bee: How to Plan Democratically. I venture to guess that this is probably going to be talking about what we can do about all of these other entities planning for us, right? Okay, cool beans. So, I don't know if y'all can hear me well. I guess I'll find out when I get to YouTube what that's gonna be. But boom, 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 boom. Actually, before I start, let me make sure that shit is good. Okay, bet. Yep. We're on there. We're live. Cool beans. I can't see the chat though, which I don't like. I don't like that I can't see the chat on the tube of views. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna go over to the tube of views and see how I can find this fucking chat so that I can, you know, not watch, but at the very least, video link. I can be aware of the chat. You know, I want to do that instead. Hold on 1 second. Oh shit! I just realized y'all can, if you're on here, you can see all of that. Boop. Where's the live chat? Bam. Thank you. Okay, cool. Ain't nobody saying shit in the live chat. Word. Just making sure. All right, Awesome Possum. Are you guys ready to read? Also, you know, just as a heads up, at some point, if y'all want to jump on live and read a couple of chapters, that'd be cool too. This is a lot of reading to do for one person. I don't mind it because I like reading out loud. But if you want to practice reading out loud, you know, if you don't want to be like them kids and not know how to pronounce words, you want to actually put a little bit of work into that and like, you know, exercise that muscle, that literary muscle. You're more than welcome to do so. All right. Just as a little bit of a heads up before I dive into this as well, I read phonically. So when I come across a word, y'all are going to see how I figure out how words sound. And if I come across a word where I don't know the meaning, I will stop and get the definition. Okay, so this book club serves multiple purposes, not just for us to learn the information that's in this book, but also to demonstrate how to read and what to read and how to work through things that you don't understand for yourself. Okay. So if y'all got any tips of the trade, put that shit in the chat room. Okay. So again, go to the tube of views if you want to see what I'm reading. All right. So chapter 8, The Architect and the Bee, how to democratically plan or how to plan democratically. In January 1976, workers at the Lucas Aerospace Corporation produced one of the most radical documents in Britain's economic history. The alternative plan for Lucas Aerospace, known as the Lucas Plan, was a bold strategy to reorient the company away from the production of weapons toward the production of socially useful commodities. Nice. I think I've read about this before. Management had spent the previous decade trying to rationalize the sprawling enterprise, introducing successive restructuring plans, all of which included mass layoffs. By the 1970s, the company was struggling to compete with the emerging aerospace giants in the US, Japan, and Europe. Some hoped for a last minute nationalization, but the UK economy wasn't exactly in rude health either. And workers quickly realized that nationalization was not on the table. Huh. Kind of sounds like Spirit Airlines a little bit. The message was clear. Lucas's fate would be decided by the quote unquote market. Trade unionists from across the organization went to Tony Benn, one of the foremost democratic socialists on the British left, then the Secretary of State for Industry. He reaffirmed that nationalization was not in the cards, but gave the workers another suggestion. Why not come up with their own plan to save the firm? Like, gee, thanks. Gee, thanks. We fucking voted you into this bitch. We're looking for you to help us out. But, you know, I guess. Thank you for just the suggestion of like doing it ourselves. Why didn't we think of that? At first, the unionists wrote to academics, policymakers, and local officials seeking advice, but only 3 bothered to respond. Right, Alex? Right? All right, so nobody was responding to them. They're reaching out to experts and shit. Nobody's responding back, or only 3 people responded back. So they went to the workers for ideas instead. The response was astounding. Lucas's workers came up with hundreds of ideas about how to transform the company into a viable and socially useful organization. More than 150 ideas for new products were brought together in the final document, which also contained detailed information about the human and technological resources the firm could draw on, market analysis, and a step-by-step plan for transitioning to the new way of working. What does that show you? Okay. Sometimes you just got to go to the people because the people are going to, AI can't do that. Only the people are going to really come up with what you need. I fucks with that. The ideas workers proposed were divided into 6 categories: medical equipment, transport vehicles, improved braking systems, energy conservation, oceanics, and teles telesiric. Telesiric. I think that's Cyric or telechiric. Chiriac? Let's look it up. Look at that shit. How do we pronounce that word? Ta-da. I don't know how to pronounce that shit. Can I highlight it? No. Read selection. Did that do it? No. Did not do it. Fuck. Kyric. Telekyric. Okay. All right. Thank you. Look at that. Fuck yeah, Rim. I already appreciate it. Look at this. We're already figuring it out together. Okay. So telekyric. All right. So they provided a 6 point or 6 categories: medical equipment, transport vehicles, improved braking systems, energy conservation, oceanics, and telekyric machines. So robotic arms. Nice. Some examples include expanding production of kidney dialysis machines, constructing wind turbines, researching solar cell technology, and developing hybrid power for cars. Nice. These are like really good. These are really good fucking things to dive into. All of these things are things that would have absolutely been necessary, especially for this day and age. Huh. These were extraordinarily radical and far-sighted ideas at a time when human-induced climate change was only first being discussed, right? That's what's really fucking incredible about this. They're doing this in the 1970s, yo. That's wild. Management was stunned, as were many ministers in the government. Workers from across the organization had band together, overcoming the geographical, technical, and cultural barriers that divided them to create a plan that would simultaneously save their jobs, transform Lucas Aerospace, and capture the imaginations of working people all over the world. For this reason, the plan was rejected by the firm's senior managers. What the fuck? Of course. Fucking senior managers. So the firm's senior managers rejected this clearly amazing plan, which 40 years later would have absolutely put Lucas Aerospace on the goddamn map. For Europe, especially. Ugh. All right, let's see what fuck shit these people were talking about. So these senior managers for the firm rejected this shit. And they could not wrap their heads around the idea that the workers they were used to controlling could demonstrate such ingenuity. The leaders at Lucas Aerospace preferred to see their organization die rather than hand it over to the workers. Okay, that's how serious capitalism is about not allowing for freedom within its organization, like within a company. They'll let that bitch die before they even allow people to save their jobs, which is insane. That's insane. Right? As one MP put it, it took the shop stewards 3 years to meet the management to discuss the corporate plan because they were challenging the hierarchical nature of our society, which is that the bosses shall make the decisions and the workers shall accept them. And woe betide workers who question those decisions and perhaps even produce better ones. Fucking crazy, yo. The Lucas Plan was an extraordinarily ambitious document that challenged the foundations of capitalism. In the place of an institution designed to generate profits via the domination of labor by capital, the workers at Lucas Aerospace had developed an entirely new model for the firm, one based on the democratic production of socially useful commodities. It was almost as if the workers had never needed managing at all, as though they were creative architects rather than obedient bees. Which, I don't, side note, I've been learning a lot about bees, and bees are very fucking intelligent creatures. I think between the bees and the ants, they're going to be the ones that survive this, all of whatever the fuck is happening. Mark my words. You know what I'm saying? I digress, though. In fact, a trade union leader at Lucas, Mike Cooley, later wrote a book entitled Architect or Bee: The Human Price of Technology. Cooley was an Irish engineer at Lucas and one of the architects of the Lucas plan. He was such an effective union leader that Lucas fired him in 1981 for spending too much time on union business. But as we will see later in this chapter, Cooley continued his work on socially useful production with the Greater London Enterprise Board. He is remembered as a pioneer of the human-centered design movement. In 2018, in the foreword to Cooley's book, Delinquent Genius: The Strange Affair of Man and His Technology, Irish President Michael D. Higgins referred to him as, quote, the most intelligent Irishman, the most morally engaged scientists and technologists Ireland has sent abroad. That's fucking high praise. That's really high praise. Cooley had a view of ordinary people that was diametrically opposed to that of thinkers like both Hayek and Keynes. Hayek and Keynes are economic and philosophical thought leaders. Keynes, especially, was a strong pioneer of the pre-neoliberal capitalist structure that we have today, right? Then Milton Friedman took over after the 70s and fucked all that up. He fucked all of it up. He fucked all of it up. You know what I'm saying? We would have a lot easier of a fight of dismantling capitalism if Keynes had his way, but he didn't. Now we got to deal with Friedman idiots. Anyways, in fact, he believed he had never met an quote unquote ordinary person in his life. I would agree. I would agree too. Do you guys think that you've met ordinary people? Do you see yourself as an ordinary person? I don't think so. I don't think of myself as an ordinary person. I think everybody has like a little bit of something fascinating about them. So I would agree. Let me know if you guys agree or not. Let's see. Everyone he knew, all the people with whom he worked, had quote unquote extraordinary skills, abilities, and talents, as the Lucas plan showed. For Cooley, the great crime of capitalism is that, quote, those talents are never used or developed or encouraged. I would agree with that assessment as well. Cooley's democratic socialism fit with the spirit of the times of the 1970s. The new social movements, which had emerged from the protest movements of 1968, were challenging traditional hierarchies in the Labor Party, the labor movement, and society more generally. Rank and file workers were disappointed with what little progress had been made on wages, working conditions, and the broader political demands made by unions after a decade of successive labor governments. It's probably one of the reasons why labor has not been able to recover ever since. If memory serves correctly, the UK is having their elections right now, and the Labor Party is low key getting their ass beat. I wonder why. All right. Both groups were increasingly disillusioned with the top-down bureaucratic approach to nationalization that had become characteristic of the post-war consensus. Which, again, if you guys want to dive into the post-war consensus and what that is and where that came from, I highly recommend the book Capital Order by Clara Mattei. Many of the New Left saw worker democracy as a way to bridge the gap between the protest movements of 1968, and the institutional strength of the labor movement. Meanwhile, many of the old left saw the plan as a way to reinvigorate the tired post war consensus. The peace movement saw it as an example of how to destroy the military industrial complex without alienating the workers. Far-sighted environmentalists saw it as a model for transitioning to a green economy without any job losses. And everyone from Marxists to anarchists saw it as a fantastic example of how to build worker power and socialize production without the support of the capitalist state. Which I would agree. Bukowski! What up, fam? Welcome. Welcome. We just started the chapter, yo, so don't even worry about it. You didn't miss much, man. All right. I mean, like, to be honest, what the workers at Lucas Aerospace created, I think is objectively a great example of how to build worker power, and really a great example of how, with democratization of the workspace, capitalism, if it wasn't built wholly and entirely to benefit the very wealthy, if it was actually, if it did what the brochure of capitalism says it's supposed to do and benefited everybody, the democratization of the workspace, we would have that future that everybody wants. Like, we would be having the hovercrafts and all that good shit and green living and all that, but capitalism is stupid. I say that as an anarchist, but I digress. Even more liberal-minded commenters conceded that the workers at Lucas Aerospace had achieved something quite remarkable. And this, oh, nice. I didn't know this. I can just go to the hyperlink. Anyways, all right. I just realized that I can go to the hyperlink of the cited source, which is cool. I'm not going to click it because I don't want to lose my space, my place in the fucking thing, but nice. Okay. In this time of turbulence, the actions of the workers at Lucas Aerospace were like a lightning rod for radicals everywhere. While the British political class played up the threats to order and stability posed by weed-smoking hippies and striking workers with Soviet sympathies, the British left coalesced around the Lucas Plan as a very real and practical example of what could be achieved when working people drew on their collective skills, solidarity, and creativity. Then came 1979. There should be an ominous cloud, doom doom 1979. Because here comes Thatcher and Reagan to fuck everything up. Let's see how they do that, class. All right. So, in her first term, Margaret Thatcher radically restructured the UK economy. She waged war on the UK's unions, while also privatizing whole swaths of the public sector and releasing financial capital from the chains imposed by the post-war consensus. The shift in government undermined the labor movement in general, and the Lucas Plan specifically. That's fucked up. Oop. Think the opposing British example. Think the random. Rim says that Rim suggests that the opposing British example in aerospace is Rockwell Collins, market winners. Oh, we're gonna have to dive a little bit deeper into that at the end, or when we get to our little breaking point. So put a pin in that. But yeah, so that bitch, Margaret Thatcher, is a bitch. She's dead, thank God. But that bitch fucked up a lot. So did that bitch ass Reagan. Both his wife and him fucked shit up. Let's continue. Hey Alex, welcome. All right, so let's continue. Cooley was, quote, effectively sacked for his activities in 1981, and the plan foundered. Where the workers behind the Lucas Plan had laid the foundations for the development of an economy that respected the dignity, creativity, and autonomy of workers, Thatcher used her control over the state to ruthlessly reassert the power of capital over labor. Mind you, yeah, Maggie's in a box, Maggie's in a box. Man, I fucking, you know, when the chants aren't racist, those Brits and Irishmen, they know how to make a good chant when they're not racist. When they're not trying to call a black person a monkey or some shit, they really do know what they're doing. Yeah, they really know what they're doing with that shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, yeah. So she fucked up a lot of shit here. It looks like, um, which I will say this: the United Kingdom specifically is suffering because they don't really have that many innovating commodities now. And if I think now that we have gone the Thatcher way, we can safely say that her doing this fucked the United Kingdom. They're going to be in a perpetual downward spiral because of this. And until they redo this, that's going to be the life that they got to live, you know? And that's terrible. That's fucking horrible. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Continuing on though. Cloaking her project in the language of freedom and autonomy, she crushed one of the most innovative and ingenious examples of democratic production the world had ever seen. The success of the neoliberal movement ensured that, quote, individualized consumerism rather than collective services and a democratized state and economy became the main legacy of working class struggles during the 20th century. In 1996, after successive rounds of reorganization and restructuring, Lucas merged with an American company to form Lucas Variety plc, which immediately announced cost-cutting measures that led to 3,000 job losses. Fuck. 3 years later, the merger was reversed when Lucas Variety was purchased by the U.S. company TRW, which carved up and stripped the company and the shareholder value revolution of 1990s of the night. Okay, let me reread that because I was moving too fast. 3 years later, so 3 years after they were purchased by one American company, the merger was reversed when Lucas Variety was purchased by the U.S. company TRW, which carved up and stripped the company and the shareholder value revolution of the 1990s. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Goddamn. Around the turn of the century, Lucas Aerospace was acquired by TRW Aeronautical Systems, and 2 years later, it was sold to U.S. manufacturing company Goodrich Corporation. In 2012, Goodrich was acquired by U.S. Technologies for $16.5 billion, which merged Goodrich with an existing subsidiary to form UTC Aerospace Systems. Oh my God. Just gobble, 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 gobble. You know, now we're like the function of fucking monopoly. God damn, they passing this shit. They passing around Lucas Aerospace like it's a goddamn $10 whore. Ridiculous. Okay, I digress. Hold on. God damn, I love this thermos. It's still hot. Let me do it this way. Oop, nope. Let me not do it this way. Oh God, I fucked up. Nope, I didn't fuck up too bad. Figured it out. Got it. Let me just. There we go. I don't need to like scroll a lot. I just need to scroll a little. The full name of the company that bought um the okay, so you got UTC Aerospace Systems, right? They are the subsidiary that merged with Goodrich. Goodrich was a corporation that purchased um that purchased Lucas Aerospace from TRW Aeronautical Systems. Okay, it's a lot and it's very convoluted because I really do feel like these fucking financial institutions do that shit on purpose. They make it convoluted so that they can like money launder and make it confusing. All right. So yeah. So UTC Aerospace Systems is the company at this point in time that has control of Lucas Aerospace. Thank you, AI Summary, for getting that wrong. Anyways, continuing on. A few years later, United Technologies, the parent company of UTC Aerospace, had something of a shock when a plane for which it had provided many components nosedived out of the sky. United supplied Boeing with avionics, cabin components, and mechanical systems for the 737 MAX, and one of its subsidiaries, Rosemont, had supplied Boeing with the faulty angle of attack sensors that had played a role in the two crashes. Now, for those of you who are new to the book club, in the beginning of this book, we were talking about the Boeing and them 737 Maxes that were falling out of the sky left and right. Look at this full circle ass fucking moment. If that bitch Margaret Thatcher and this fuck ass capitalistic system just let those Lucas Aerospace workers do what they wanted to do, not only would the United Kingdom be better for it, because they would have had a plethora of other commodities that they could sell to the global, the sell into the globalized world, excuse me, but hundreds of people's lives would have been saved. Fuck Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. Fuck both them motherfuckers. Fuck them both. Fuck them both. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, y'all had to be there for the reading for that shit, but like, fuck. Okay, we're gonna continue on. We're gonna continue on here. Ugh. All right. So, a month after the Ethiopian Airlines crash, United announced that it could lose $80 million in earnings as a result of Boeing's decision to cut production of the 737 MAX. So, United was like, don't get rid of those death trap airplanes. We might lose $80 million. Sure, United, thanks. In 2018, United Technologies acquired Rockwell Collins and merged UTC Aerospace Systems, the part of the company that can trace its lineage back to Lucas Aerospace, to form Collins Aerospace. Collins continued to have a strong relationship with Boeing, providing inputs for its Boeing business jet 737 MAX, the private version of the 737 MAX. In 2020, UTC merged with Raytheon Technologies, one of the largest multinational aerospace and defense conglomerates on the planet. What was once Lucas Aerospace, whose workers had been at the forefront of a movement to create a new model or a new mode of production based on democracy, sustainability, and social utility, had by the early 21st century become a subsidiary of Raytheon, a sprawling American conglomerate deeply enmeshed in the military industrial complex that was supplying corporate jet parts to a company whose unbridled greed led to manufacture planes that fell out of the sky. There is no better illustration of the two paths we face as a planet during the 1970s: total domination by capital or sustainable, socialized, and democratic production. Which, yes, exactly, y'all. Fucking exactly. You know what I'm saying? That is wild work. Hold on, let me move this out of the way so I can see. Oh my god, I just need to. Let's just soak that in. But let's soak that in for a second. And also, if you guys have any questions about what we're going over, please ask them. You know what I'm saying? Um, if you don't know who Raytheon is, we can deep dive into that. If you don't know what the military industrial complex is, we can deep dive into that. Okay, so like, don't think that you just gotta like send some comments. If something don't make sense to you about the text that we're reading, by all means, please ask your questions. Let me double check on the YouTube chat right quick, see if you guys are here. I mean, we got viewers, but nobody's asking anything. That's cool. we're a fledgling baby baby book club. It's fine. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You should be angry at Richmond. We should all be angry at Richmond. We should all be angry at them motherfuckers, all of them. Yes. Welcome, Britt. Welcome to the book club, Britt. We are reading, if you don't know, we are reading from the book Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakeley. Um, you cannot see. I should probably take a second to like download. Let me take a second. I'm gonna download a picture of the book so that you guys know what I'm reading. But I'm reading Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakeley. We are in chapter 8. So welcome to the book club. We are reading a lot of fuck shit going on in history right now. So many people are dying because of this shit. Oh my god. All right. We're going to continue on. But before I do, if you want to see what I am reading and you want to read along with me, click the link in the bio. It'll take you to my YouTube channel. I am live on YouTube as well as here. So you can follow along if you want to, because I have the text and everything that's up there on live. So if you want to follow along with what I'm reading, by all means, shoot over to the tube of you. If you just want to hear my beautiful voice reading to you, that's fine too. Put me in the background. Go ahead and enjoy your Saturday morning and all that good shit. Okay. I'm going to try to make my voice as pleasurable as possible. Okay. I don't know how well it's doing here or on YouTube, but y'all will let me know. Y'all let me know if it's bad. Thank you, Just here. I appreciate it, fam. Okay. Oh God. Continuing on. Thank you. I like creamy as fuck. I like that. That's a great adjective. I like my voice being creamy as fuck. Goddamn right. Come here. Come a little closer to me. Don't say things like that to me. Like I'm a little freak. You want to talk to me like that? No, I'm kidding. Okay. Continue. Continuing on. Look, we be flirting on the book club. Don't judge me. We be flirting. We be flirting in the book club. Sometimes it happens. All right. I'm here for you guys. That's all. I'm here for you. Okay. So don't distract me though. Don't distract me. But let's continue on with the fuck shit. Did I finish this? Yeah. Okay. So let me just do that a little bit. Boop. The economy that produced the 737 MAX disasters is no less centrally planned than that which produced the Lucas plan. The main difference is that 50 years ago, workers had an input into the planning process, which is now dominated by corporate executives, bureaucrats, politicians, and financiers. The choice we faced in the 1970s was one between democratic, socially useful production and the extraction of profit at any cost. It was the choice between a society in which workers organized themselves to produce kidney dialysis machines for a public health care system, or one in which bosses direct workers to produce jets for a company that, in a just society, would have been found guilty of corporate manslaughter. Because that's exactly what the fuck they did. That's exactly what they did. While the Lucas plan may have failed, it provided inspiration for workers all over the world for the next few decades. When Mike Cooley was fired from Lucas after becoming a very visible spokesperson for the plan, he was hired as the Greater London Enterprise Board's technology director. Cooley worked with the Greater London Council, which had set up the board in 1982 to, quote, make the case for socially useful production and to support firms that engage their workers in industrial planning. Mind you, this is not like some highbrow socialist, communist framework that Cooley is working in. He is simply trying to get capitalism to function in a way that's not psychotic. He ain't even doing socialism for real, y'all. Like Cooley, this is not even Cooley doing socialism. This is just Cooley fighting to make capitalism work in a less sociopathic way, which is insane. Okay? The fact that you had to work that hard just for that shit, and they still fighting you tooth and nail. Something to keep in mind, you know? Mm-mm-mm. Okay, so let me go back. Cooley worked with the Greater London Council, which had set up the board in 1982 to, quote, make a case for socially useful production and to support firms that engage their workers in industrial planning. Excuse me. Technology networks set up by the GLC sought to mobilize groups of workers, communities, and academics to produce innovative new products and to support workers to negotiate with management over the speed and scope of automation. Again, we not talking about fucking the second coming of Marx here. This motherfucker's just trying to make it so that the fucking job ain't, a plantation. That's it. That's all he's trying to do. Crazy work. The GLC created a, quote, product bank, which contained the design ideas that emerged from this process and sold access to this bank to communities, local authorities, and private companies. It also built a technology exchange that matched firms designing new technologies with those looking to solve production problems. Groups such as Lean or the London Energy and Employment Network sought to make use of these new ideas to transform the public sector. Lean's Right to Warmth campaign drew attention to the energy needs of different communities and designed solutions that could be implemented by local authorities. The GOC ultimately created the Popular Planning Unit, which reached out to communities to identify their development priorities and engaged residents in their design of solutions. This sounds amazing. This sounds amazing, you guys. I wish. Looking at London right now, it's clear that they weren't allowed to do any of that shit. Let's see how Margaret Thatcher fucks all this up. Thatcher dissolved the GLC in 1986. Thanks, bitch. I fucking hate Margaret Thatcher. If you don't hate Margaret Thatcher, man, then you're not doing it right. Let's be honest here. If you don't hate this bitch, you're not doing it right. Real talk. Real fucking talk. Fuck Margaret Thatcher. I'm so glad she's dead. Anyways, continuing on. So she got rid of that shit in 1986, in part because its radical approach to democratic planning contravened the principles of neoliberalism. Now, I feel like I pronounced that correctly, but I want to look up what the word contravened, what that means. Oop, oop, oop. Oh God, what happened? Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're all good. Bikes on bikes. Okay, contravene. To come or be in conflict with, oppose in principle or effect, impede the operation or course of, to act so as to combat or violate, transgress. Okay, nice. Oh my God, I would say HRC. HRC is worse. Thank you, Mocha's, man. I fucking love this community. I really do. For those of you on YouTube who can't see, we have a visitor of the book club. Hopefully you become a resident, Mocha, because I like that shit. That gave us the definition of this word. Thank you. Appreciate you, fam. So contravene, to be against something or not obliged by certain rules. Appreciate you. Yeah. Also, that's another thing y'all can do here. Okay. If y'all are here, I'm asking questions. Other people are asking questions. If you know the answer, don't be shy. Go ahead and drop that shit, yo. Go ahead and give us that answer, yo. We're a community I will always welcome. Us learning together. Word. Thank you, Mocha. I appreciate it. All right, cool. So, continuing on. So, because this radical approach, which is not really that radical, allow the workers to have some say in the work that they're doing, not really that radical, but whatever. Because of this radical approach to democratic planning, um, and it being in direct contradiction to the principles of neoliberalism, Margaret Thatcher's bitch ass got rid of the GLC. What a cunt. What a cunt, yo. I think we can call Margaret Thatcher a cunt. I think she's earned that title, in life and in death. Forever and ever. Fuck that bitch. Anyways. But the spirit of Lucas would not die without a fight. In 1984, oh no, my live has been restricted. The live here on TikTok has been restricted for 10 minutes because I've denigrated Margaret Thatcher. So, oh well. She's dead, TikTok. She ain't got no feelings. She's dust by now. Jeez. If you can't speak ill of the dead, what can you do? She's not here. She's looking up at us, burning. She has other things to worry about. You know what I'm saying? Like, she ain't worried about me saying all this shit about her. There's probably some demon. Probably some demon. Just juggling her and Ronald Reagan and Nancy, just like doing this all day down there. They got bigger fish to fry. They are the fish that are frying. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I'll take it. I'll take the restriction. 10 minutes. We're in timeout for 10 minutes, you guys. Nobody's going to see this live. Nobody's going to see this live. Whatever. Okay. Let's just stick to reading. In 1984, workers in Barrow were informed that the Vickers shipyard would be used to build the new Vanguard class of submarines carrying Trident nuclear missiles. Rather than concede to demands that they support the construction of new nuclear missiles, an idea many of the workers found abhorrent, the Barrow Alternative Employment Committee came up with an alternative strategy for the shipyard that would protect workers without forcing them to participate in the UK's military-industrial complex. Because it did. It did. Oh, God. The see you next Tuesday always gets me in trouble, man. I've been saying bitch and goddamn and motherfucker all this entire time. Now everybody mad. Because I called a dead demon a cunt. Anyways, okay. So, the Barrel Alternative Employment Committee is trying to provide a separate avenue for these workers to do some work that they can actually believe in instead of functioning within another military industrial complex. Fair enough. I think that's a noble endeavor. Let's see how they fuck this up. Oh my God, is Tizzy Int on this? Nah. That'd be funny if Tizzy Int Entertainment was on this bitch. I just saw an invite or whatever. Anyways, like the Lucas plan, the report the workers produced was ignored. And the Trident program went ahead, because of course it did. Running 72% over budget, because of course it did. By 1989, the region in which the shipyard was located still had the highest unemployment rate in England. Ultimately, the arms manufacturer BAE Systems took over, cutting nearly 2,000 jobs, because that's going to make that unemployment rate better. Once again, the choice between democratic production for social purpose and centralized production for corporate profits proved a stark one. BAE has been the subject of several corruption scandals, including the Al Yamama. I don't know how to pronounce that. Somebody put that in there phonetically. What's up, Phil? The Al Yamama arms deal between the UK and Saudi Arabia, which was marked by astonishing levels of corruption. No kidding. We're let's see, what page are we on? I don't know what page we're on. We're on a page. Oh shit! I just need to look up. We're on page 250. We're on page 250 of the book in chapter 8. No worry, just here. You're fine. You're fine, fam. I appreciate you trying. I do. But yeah, so huh, yet again we have another example of people trying to incorporate workers into the planning process. And no, Mocha, you're awesome. Free that beetle, you know? Fuck yeah, I appreciate it. I would have killed it because I hate bugs, but thank you. But yeah, so here we have yet another example of an entity, a committee, trying to make it so that workers can actually do something that they can believe in instead of, working for profits of a terrible organization. And yet again, it is squashed um, in an effort to maintain profit. And, from the looks of things, maintain corruption to maintain profit. Yeah. So the company continues to supply weapons to the authoritarian Islamist regime in Saudi Arabia to this day. Weapons that are being used to commit war crimes in Yemen. Fuck yeah. War crimes. Thatcher won the fight against socialism in the UK. In repressing trade unionists and community organizers, she was able to claim that the country faced a choice between an overbearing, repressive state, which she made even more repressive, and free markets. In the decades since, political debate has failed to break out of this sterile dichotomy, or dichotomy, however you want to pronounce that, tomato, tomato. Those on the left argue for higher public spending funded by taxes on the rich. Those on the right argue for cuts. That was a Freudian slip, not cucks. Sorry. Those on the right argue for cuts to both public spending and taxes. When we accede to the idea that politics should be defined by one great battle between the state and the market, we play into the hands of the right. Markets often seem unfair and ruthless, but they're also an abstract concept. No one has ever had to face to face encounter or never had a face to face encounter with the market, but nearly everyone has had a face to face encounter with a representative of the state, and generally not a positive one. Whether a police officer, a tax official, or an unfriendly bureaucrat, most of the encounters people have with state institutions are fundamentally alienating and unpleasant. I feel like we can all speak to that. Yeah, right? Rin says the invisible hand, right? It never feels invisible. I feel like that hand is just like I feel like that hand right now with these gas prices is just doing this to us. It's just like that's what that invisible hand's doing right now. But it's just for those on YouTube who couldn't see, that's hi, I'm capitalism. Do you like eating? Do you like getting to and fro work? I'm gonna make sure you can't do that this year. That's what's happening in 2026. Anyways, continuing on. I'm sorry. I forgot where I left off. All right. In fact, while levels of trust in social institutions vary considerably across time and space, one constant is that people tend to trust corporations more than they do governments. So, we have continued to frame our politics in such self defeating terms simply because these are the only ones that make sense to us. Capitalism, according to common understanding, means free markets, and socialism means state central planning. If you want more socialism, you have to add more state. And if you want more capitalism, you have to extend markets. Yet, the defining feature of capitalism is not the presence or absence of free markets, any more than the defining feature of socialism is the centralized planning of the economy. Markets existed long before the enterprise of capitalism, and state planning existed long before the emergence of socialism. Look, man, I'm weird 24/7, and y'all know that, which is why y'all love me. I be doing weird shit all the time. It's never too early for me. Mocha, the book that we are currently reading is Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakeley. And again, for anybody who is interested, if you want to read along with me, just hop onto the YouTube live. I have the text up there and you can read along and all that good stuff, right? Exactly. Well, that's the that's society's understanding of what socialism is. That's what Grace is saying. Like, Grace is saying that in our idea, or in the idea of the social zeitgeist, everyone thinks that, socialism is central planning of and control of the markets by the state, which it isn't necessarily. And in this paragraph, she's saying that's not really what that is. If we're being for real, if we're being real about this shit, that's not it. Yeah. Markets existed long before the emergence of capitalism, and state planning existed long before the emergence of socialism. Aside from the fact that it's wrong and it doesn't work, there's an even more fundamental reason to avoid pitching leftist politics as one of state versus market. It's disempowering, which I would agree. That is disempowering. There is a big difference between approaching people with an offer of protection and approaching them with an offer of empowerment. Nah, I don't. The former encourages people to alienate their sense of political agency to a group of unaccountable representatives and bureaucrats who, at best, pay attention to their needs only once every 4 years. When these electoral promises are broken, people fall into despair and disillusionment, often giving up on politics altogether because politicians are all the same. Where have we heard that before, you guys? Where have you heard that before? Like, I think Blakely is really describing what a lot of our issues with these motherfuckers is. Sorry, I gotta clean my glasses. I don't know how glasses get dirty randomly. It doesn't make sense to me how dirty glasses can get. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. Okay, all right, I got 30 minutes more of reading before I gotta take a break. But okay, yeah, let me just put this down here. Bam. That way I don't fuck anything up. Testing. Can you hear me? Okay, great. I gotta make sure the mic is still working. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit farther away from my mouth. Um, yeah. Mocha Mocha says it's very much so when you only have a two-party system and no direct democracy. Very true, yeah. But when we frame our political project in terms of collective empowerment, we show that politics can't be reduced to elections. It's something we all do every day. Organizing with your colleagues to demand higher wages is politics. Protesting climate breakdown is politics. Even fighting alongside your neighbors to keep your local library open is politics. Socialism should not be based on asking people to trust politicians. It should be based on asking people to trust each other. Okay? Man, the shade better really be fucking my glasses up for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to read that again. Organizing you Organizing with your colleagues to demand higher wages is politics. Protesting climate breakdown is politics. Even fighting alongside your neighbors to keep your local library open is politics. Socialism should not be based on asking people to trust politicians. It should be based on asking people to trust each other. The significance of the Lucas Plan is that it showed in very concrete terms exactly how people could work together to build a better world. People don't need to surrender their power to the state or to state institutions that can control and protect them, nor do they need to surrender control to a market that is dominated by the powerful. Instead, we can work together to create the kind of world we want to live in. In place of domination, we can build a society based on co creation. In this chapter, we'll look at 10 real world examples of attempts to do just that. Such a perspective might sound naive to those who are convinced that humans are naturally competitive beasts who need to be tamed by authoritarian social institutions. Liberal philosophy, stretching all the way back to Hobbes, has been grounded on the premise that without an all powerful sovereign to control their competitive instincts, people would tear each other apart. There's just one problem with this argument: it's demonstrably untrue. All right. That was the first section. So far, let me do this before y'all. Well, you know what, y'all, those of you who are seeing this on YouTube, go ahead and read ahead, all that good stuff. How do you guys feel so far about this introduction? I think Blakeley is really laying out some great examples of how not only the state but corporations and financial institutions have gotten in the way of people having a say in how their world is structured, from their job to their government, right? And to the detriment of countless lives being lost, if we're being honest here. Hundreds, millions of people dying at the hands of this bullshit. When really it's very clear that we could try doing it a different way. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we're doing some socialist shit, because Cooley wasn't doing anything socialist. He was simply trying to have a third of the components of the structure of life actually get a say, right? You got the state, you got the private sector, and you got the people. And the people tend to be the ones that are left out. So, yeah, let's see. Rim says, familiar, but the top-down reaction to Lucas is important to expanding my understanding. Hell yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Maggie says, loving it. It reminds me of how easy to digest reading the Jakarta Method. Yo, the Jakarta Method, that is a very depressing ass read, yo. That book is, oh my God, so depressing. Very depressing. Actually, we can add that to the book club. If y'all want to read that at some point in time. I think after this book, we're going to go into fiction, but after the fiction book, if y'all want to add the Jakarta Method, hop onto the Patreon, become a member, become, part of the pantheon of mischief, and, in the chat area, discuss about the books that you would like us to read in the future. Let's do that. Hell yeah. Okay. Are you ready to dive into some of these examples? As a matter of fact, let me double check, make sure nobody I can't see the chat on YouTube, so I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything from anybody, because I don't want to do that. Actually, I can put that shit on mute. Yep, nobody in the chat so far. Cool beans. That is fine. I think everybody's just, yeah. It's okay, by the way. If you're on YouTube, because I can't see that chat, you don't have to say anything on the chat in YouTube, okay? Look, full transparency, I make $9 a month out that bitch. And I haven't even set this up so that I can take this money out. So yeah, that's it. Okay. Appreciate the I got 30 members in total so far. We are 30 strong. And I love every last one of you motherfuckers that are on there. Okay. You do not have to be on this bitch. You don't have to pay for anything on the Patreon. But yeah, if you guys want to talk about it and have some chat on what you want to read next, go ahead. This is the Patreon right here. You can see it on YouTube. I'm talking about this because you can see it on YouTube. On YouTube, you can see the Patreon, all that good stuff. When you guys come back to the Patreon to see what it looks like and all that, this will be on there. So anybody who missed chapter 8 can catch up. But yeah, I digress. Rims, oh, there you guys are having a conversation. Cool, yeah. All right. I'm gonna keep it going. Eventually, I'm gonna figure out how to like stream in like multiple places at once. I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know how to do it yet, but I'm gonna figure it out, yo. Okay, so continuing on. Next section, Lord of the Lies, which this reminds me of Humankind. Check that book out. It's by Rutger Bregman. Great book. Totally dispels a lot of the bullshit that we tell ourselves about people. Dispels the Lord of the Flies story with a real life example. Dispels the bystander myth with real life example. This dispels a lot of the things that society tells us about people that makes us paranoid about each other. Really does. Great book to read. I think she might have cited that book here, but let's find out. In 1857, R.M. Ballantyne, the prolific Scottish author, published The Coral Island, A Tale of the Pacific Ocean, which became an instant bestseller has not been out of print since. God damn, that's long. That fucking transphobe J.K. Rowling could only wish to have that shit happen to her. But yes. Yeah, so he hasn't been out of print since 1857 with this book. That's kind of crazy. The book depicts the adventures of Ralph Rover, who, at 15, is shipwrecked on a coral reef of a remote desert island with two of his close friends. Ralph describes how the boys came together in the face of a desperate situation to survive and even thrive on the island. Ralph and his friends are able to extend the benefits of civilization to the island's indigenous inhabitants. The boys witness a battle between two of the native tribes, with the victorious savages capturing their opponents before engaging in acts of cannibalism. The boys leap into action, preventing the atrocities and winning the admiration of the remaining tribespeople, whom they attempt to educate about their civilized ways. Are we peeping the racial undertones of this? I hope so, because it's a bit on the nose, you know? Nearly a century later, a depressed schoolmaster read Ballantyne's boyhood adventure story and decided he could do better. Having spent a great deal of time around young British boys, he believed he could capture how they would really behave when stranded on a desert island. The resulting novel became an instant classic, selling millions of copies and finding its way into classrooms all over the world. William Golding's Lord of the Flies offers a darker vision of Western civilization than one depicted by Ballantyne. The Coral Island is premised on the idea that the Christian values of English schoolboys remain a permanent feature of their characters, no matter where they are in the world. But Golding's novel suggests that were you to scratch the surface of this cultivated exterior, you would find a darker side to human nature. Bukowski says, so many good books. Medical Apartheid would be a good one with current events. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, it would. We got Medical Apartheid, the Jakarta Method. What other books did you guys bring up? Yeah. Yeah, we got a couple of strong contenders for the next book to read. I'm liking that you guys are like fucking with the book club to the point where you're looking for the next book for us to go through. Color of Law, also a good one too. Yeah. Okay, so we're talking about Golding and his darker depiction of this story, right? Golding was an authoritarian, and his journals reveal a very dark side to his own nature. I think it's really important for us to always like dive into who the fuck is speaking about human beings. We have a lot of misanthropic motherfuckers that are talking like they're experts on humans when like really they hate humans. Like you hate human beings. I don't think we should be talking to you about what humans are. You are a terrible human being. Why would we listen to you about this shit? You know what I'm saying? That'd be weird to me. Okay. So, as a young man, Golding reports attempting to rape a young girl. And as a schoolmaster, he set up a fight between boys in his care to see what would happen. That's how fucked up that motherfucker is. Oh my God. He had a challenging relationship with alcohol. That's a very sweet way to put that. He had a challenging relationship with alcohol and was prone to frequent bouts of intense binge drinking. Wild. Lord of the Flies charts the descent of an apparently decent group of boys into barbarism, while Ballantyne's story sees the savage elements of human nature as confined to the uncivilized peoples of the earth. Golding seems to argue that once you strip away Western civilization, we are all savages at our core. Which, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. This is such a very conservative way of perspective of looking at the world. But you know, it's very telling. You know, if I were ripping and running around trying to assault young ladies and getting little boys to, you know, have a fight club, I would have a terrible outlook on human beings as well. You know, it's almost weird. Like when you're a decent human being, you don't really think that people are pieces of shit. You tend to like believe that there are other decent human beings because you exist. Therefore, somebody else has to exist. That's not a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep that in mind, you guys. Just keep that in mind. The next time you're feeling like you hate humans, just remember. Ooh, sorry, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. I had to pull my zipper up. Just remember that there are good people out here because you exist. You are proof and example of that. You're proof and example, and I guarantee you, you're not a special soul flake, so you're not the only nice person in the world. You know. Fifi asks, I wonder if their thought was like, I'm a savage, so everyone must be. That's exactly what their thought process is. If you ever sit down and really talk to like a conservative person or a misanthropic person, that's exactly how they feel. You know, they do bad things and then they project it on everyone else. And I think it's a form of rationalizing their behavior so that they don't really have to take accountability or don't have to feel the guilt that comes with that. You know, they don't have to feel that like, ugh, you know, if they can say that, oh, well, everybody's like this, then that kind of absolves them a little bit of feeling bad. You know, but when you're like, no, not everybody does that shit, fam. It really, you're the weird one. Just letting you know that right now, fam. You are the weirdo here. Okay, so continuing on. Okay, where did I leave off? So yeah, we're talking about Golding. This man is the man that wrote The Lord of the Flies is an alcoholic who be setting up fight clubs with children when he's not trying to assault the children. Okay, that's the person who wrote this. So keeping it moving. Lord of the Flies charts the descent of an apparently decent group of boys into barbarism, while Ballantyne's story sees the savage elements of human nature as confined to uncivilized peoples of the earth. Golding seems to argue that once you strip away Western civilization, we are all savages at our core. Here, we have two competing views of human nature put forward by two very different men. Ballantyne's Desert Island Tale purports to show that Christianity and the values of Western civilization can pull people out of the conditions of savagery and shape them into ethical, compassionate, God-fearing beings. Golding, on the other hand, believed that civilizing influence of religion is nothing more than a veneer, and that as soon as the pressures of society are removed, humanity reverts to its natural state of savagery. Mind you, these are two white men in the second most prolific colonial empire the world has ever seen, and second only to the United States, which is a country it birthed. Okay? That's the culture these motherfuckers are coming out of. I think it's important for us to keep that in mind. As it turns out, neither story provides an especially accurate portrayal of human nature. Right. Okay? Right. Right. Okay. Bukowski says, white men. And Fifi points out human nature, more like patriarchal nature. Accurate on both accounts. Yes. Okay? Yes. And we also should keep in mind that both of these stories come out of these motherfuckers' imagination. It's not rooted in reality. It's just coming from top of the dome. So let's push forward. In his book, Humankind, A Hopeful History by Rutger Bregman, so she does cite this book. Awesome. Rutger Bregman provides an account of what really happened when 6 boys were shipwrecked on a Polynesian island in the mid-1960s. The boys, who were all students at a Christian boarding school, had commandeered a boat to escape the confines of their school and reach Fiji. So, these are some truants. They sick and tired of the instruction, and it's a Christian school. I don't blame them. I would try to escape that shit too. They steal a boat and they go out there on an adventure. Sounds like some Stand By Me shit, but you know what? That's the type of shenanigans me and my friends would have gotten into. That's the type of shenanigans me and my friends would have gotten into. All right. So when hit by a storm, they found themselves lost at sea and were forced to catch rainwater in coconut shells, which they shared equally between themselves. After 8 days, they finally spotted an island, Ata. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's a Polynesian island. I'm probably not, but Ata. Considered uninhabitable. According to the captain who rescued them more than a year later. So these little boys were stranded on this island for a fucking year. The boys had set up a small commune with a food garden, hollowed out tree trunks to store rainwater, a gymnasium with curious weights, a badminton court, chicken pens, and a permanent fire. This is what 6 boys on a deserted island came up with. Moss! Everybody, Moss is here. Hey, Moss. Welcome, fam. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Thank you for popping in, Moss. I'm very proud of you for, hanging out with your friends and stuff and making candles. So if you can, drop a picture of your candles that you made on the Patreon. Let's share that with the community. I want to see what you got. All right. So yeah. So these 6 boys who have been stranded on an island for a year create all of these amazing fucking things. They didn't create capitalism, though. Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? They didn't create capitalism. They created a gymnasium. They created weights. They created a place to store water, a place for food, all these other things. Not a bartering system, not capitalism. They didn't create that shit. Wild. The boys had achieved this feat by constructing their own egalitarian social order. They worked in teams, alternating responsibilities such as tending the garden, cooking the food, and guarding against wild animals. They settled any arguments among themselves, and one of the boys even managed to build a makeshift guitar from a piece of driftwood, half a coconut shell, and 6 steel wires salvaged from the wrecked boat. Right. Fifi says, no capitalism, so no innovation, right? Mocha says, almost as if humanity understands cooperation is necessary for survival. I know, right? Crazy concept. It's almost as if we're social creatures. And we just do that shit instinctually. We like to have fun, we like to eat. We could, we'll settle disputes in the way that we need to. Thank you, AI Summary, for getting it wrong yet again. I haven't even talked about Robinson Crusoe. What the fuck? Anyways, yeah, yes, these boys are stranded for a year, and they just did all of this. These are school-age children that managed to do this shit. Philly says, it's almost as if we are hardwired for collaboration when society isn't set up as a death match. I'm so glad that y'all are picking up. I'm so glad you're picking it up. So glad. Yes, exactly. Okay. So these kids are really knocking it out of the park, right? A lack of rain made conditions extremely difficult, and to make matters worse, one of the boys broke his leg, which they set using sticks and leaves. Local doctors were astonished at their good physical and mental health when they returned to Tonga over 15 months later. Okay, 15 months at sea, stranded on an island. These motherfuckers are knocking it out. That's amazing. I guarantee you Hollywood ain't gonna make a movie like that. Hollywood's not gonna make a movie like that. They don't want to make a movie like that. They don't want us to know that we do this. They don't want us to know that this is our instinct. They don't want us to know that. Anyways, I digress. The story utterly repudiates Golding's cynical view of human nature. Oh, mind you, these are Tongan children. Okay? So let's keep in mind that these are also not white kids. These are not white boys. These are not British boys, Dutch boys. They not from the mountains of the Caucasus, right? These are Pacific Islander boys. Knocking this out of the park. I think that also should be pointed out. Just a little bit. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Okay, so the story utterly repudiates Golding's cynical view of human nature. On the surface, it has more in common with Ballantyne's imperialist fantasy. Had it simply been the civilizing influence of the church that had allowed the boys to remain such good friends throughout their ordeal. Was it? I don't know. Unfortunately for Ballantyne, who had never visited any of the places he wrote about so vividly, okay, so I really got to stress that these motherfuckers came up with this straight off of the top of the dome. They just making this shit up as they go, okay? So, despite the fact that this man has never gone to any of the places that he wrote so vividly about, the anthropological evidence doesn't support his view of humanity either. As David Wingrove and David Graeber, one time for the real one, David Graeber. This is this book that she's citing here, The Dawn of Everything. I'm chewing through this book right now through audiobook. Amazing. The first 2 chapters I've had to listen 2 times over. I'm probably gonna have to start it over again just to let it sink in. Amazing, amazing book. Should also add that to the book club list. But yeah, so we have The Dawn of Everything by David Wingrove and David Graeber, and they demonstrate, far from experiencing a miraculous conversion upon meeting their European saviors, many indigenous people were repulsed by their contact with European societies, which they saw as greedy, competitive, and thoroughly uncivilized. There's an amazing character in that book, by the way. Dawn of Everything. After this, I'm probably just going to go back to listening to that book. Just Here says, working in Hawaii blew my mind about culture. All of a sudden, my humanity acknowledged and at the start. Because it's lit like that. Because it's lit like that, yo. Okay. Sorry. Stuff like that gets me excited. Like, I get excited when we start talking about the good nature of humans because it's there. All of this is extra work. All of this is extra work that forces us to be in a fucked up state. This is captivity, you guys. We are in a captive state. We're domesticated. And it fucks with how we interact with each other. And it fucks with how we interact with the earth. It fucks with everything. But in our nature, We do not do this. Can I assume you're based in the US? Yes, Mocha, I am. I am based in between states right now. But yes, the United States, unfortunately. What up, Co? Welcome, 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 fam. Welcome. You've been missed. We are chewing through the first example of, you know, or counter examples to centralized planning. So, Wingrove and Graeber pieced together what they call the quote indigenous critique of European society from notes detailing the interactions between indigenous intellectuals and European adventurers. Among other things, indigenous societies considered Europeans to be cruel, individualistic, and highly irrational. Indigenous intellectuals who traveled to Europe frequently commented on how astonishing it was to find such wealthy nations with plenty of available housing, allowing so many people to freeze on the streets. These accounts are born out of the fact that many indigenous people captured by Europeans would gratefully return home as soon as they were freed, while Europeans captured by indigenous peoples often preferred to remain with the captors. Hello, Croatoan. Okay? Right now, we're reading the book. Co is asking what book we're reading. Right now, we're reading Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakeley. We're on chapter 8. If you want to read along with me, I have the text up on YouTube so that you can do that. But you can also just listen to me read this out loud. Mocha says, unfortunately, your architecture is not conducive to community building to begin with. Facts. And that's done on purpose, thanks to racism. Thanks to not even just racism, thanks to anti-blackness specifically. That's why our communities, that's why our architecture is built to not be conducive for community. Because our architecture is actually built to break a community, in particular the Black community. So you're right on that. You're right on that. Racism gets you every time. But yeah, continuing on. Their contact with the Christian peoples of the West, if anything, made indigenous societies more chaotic. Westerners brought disease and violence to the places they colonized, ultimately destroying these more egalitarian societies. When you look at the evidence, it's quite clear that human beings have at least as much of a natural capacity for cooperation and compassion as they do for competition and violence. Rim says, lived in acoustic neighborhood paved over by the apart freeway project. Yeah, a couple. There we go. Oh. Co says, oh, you want public transport? Boom, highways, no underbridge bus clearance for you. Facts. Looking at you, New York. Looking at you, New York. All right. So, when you look at the evidence, it's quite clear that human beings have at least as much of a natural capacity for cooperation and compassion as they do for competition and violence. Human nature is malleable. Or malleable. Yeah, I said that right. Human beings are as disposed towards compassion and empathy as any other animal species. What differentiates us from other animals is our capacity to reimagine and recreate the world around us. As Marx wrote, human beings are architects, not bees. Yet most people living in modern capitalist societies have a pretty dim view of human nature. And indeed, much of the evidence presented in this book so far would appear to confirm this. I mean, we have been talking about these corporations killing motherfuckers left and right. Yes. Billy says, I sense another Robert Moses hater in our midst. Look, man. Yes, I fucking hate that motherfucker. Co says, ball nor is no ball, and I hate it here. Look, man. There's a reason why I'll only visit. Hello, Gray. How you doing? Salam. Mocha says, to be fair, I have lived for a short time and only for in a only for whites Oklahoma town was also built to separate people. Look, Mocha, that's most of the world. That's most of this country. I won't say most of the world, but that's most of this country. Most of this country was built to separate, and it's still separated. Okay, so you're picking it up. You picking it up quite well. Don't even worry about that, fam. You're picking it up quite well. But yeah, so clearly and I think that this is also demonstrated with the Lucas Aerospace employees. When you let people work cooperatively and when you let them work creatively, there are amazing things that can come about. You have to literally beat it out of them. You got to force it out of them for it to even make any type of sense, or for it to like fit into the capitalist mold. So, wrong direction. All right. Yet most people living in modern we did this already. From the Boeing executives who built faulty planes to the Goldman Sachs analysts who lied to their clients before being bailed out by the taxpayer, the capitalist class seems to provide the best evidence that society is made up of innately selfish individuals whose cooperative impulses extend at best to their immediate family and friends. If that. We've all seen Succession. And motherfuckers don't care about their family or friends either. Ugh. Yeah. We're literally a species ruled by our sociopaths, in my opinion. But this view is highly one-sided. As we will see in this chapter, people are capable of amazing feats of ingenuity, compassion, and cooperation, even in a social order as brutal and competitive as our own. Capitalism, of course, rewards the opposite behavior: ruthlessness, competitiveness, and self-interest. No wonder these are the behaviors we see most prominently on display at the top of our society. Grace says, I mean, why else would planned obsolescence exist? Facts, yo. Facts. And those at the top are precisely those who benefit from the belief that everyone is just like them. I think that's interesting. Much like how Ballantyne and Golding seem to have thought that everybody was just like them, even though they have very limited experience. These motherfuckers did not go to any of the places that they were writing. One is a child predator. The other is a recluse. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and yet they think that everybody's just like this. And not only that, they think they have the space to speak on it. And they just so happen to be in a society that would promote them over the actual real examples that exist. That's important to pay attention to, at least in my opinion. Continuing on. You don't have to look particularly hard to find the view of humanity as inherently selfish, repeated by those in positions of authority. The managers at Lucas Aerospace certainly shared this view. And it is no coincidence that Golding was a schoolmaster. He was probably quite used to being disobeyed by his students, and likely saw this as an indication of man's inherent selfishness. Golding is the child predator, by the way. Hey, Lunacy, welcome, fam. Welcome to the book club. For those of you who don't know, we're reading Vulture Capitalism by Blake Lively. We're in chapter 8, and we're covering her first example of the counter argument to capitalism and centralized planning by the private sector and government. Oh, sorry, not Blake Lively. Damn. Grace Blakeley. Thank you, Phil. Whoops. Okay. Yes, the schoolmaster is the predator. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. But disobedience to authority is not an indication of selfishness. It's an assertion of one's individual autonomy. In fact, the willingness to disobey is precisely what separates genuinely civilized societies from barbarous ones. One only has to listen to the testimony at the Nuremberg trials to see what can happen when people unquestionably obey their superiors. Real shit. The belief that human nature is inherently selfish is, as Hobbes was well aware, the best justification for the exercise of authority by the ruling class. If human beings are so badly behaved when left to our own devices, then, like children, we need to be subjected to authority. We need to be governed. We need to be ruled. The stability of capitalism relies on obedience, whether to bosses, bureaucrats, or the police. But wherever there is power, there is resistance. People always find ways to resist attempts to control their behavior and exercise their autonomy. Time and time again throughout history, people have demonstrated their extraordinary capacities to cooperate in pursuit of a higher purpose. I think that's, yeah. Gray points out, oof, sort of justified this fear of retribution. Yes, exactly. But we have examples of people working together. I think the most recent example in America is the people in Minneapolis fighting against ICE. They did that all on their own accord and they figured it out themselves, right? We are not what they tell us that we are. I think that's a very important thing to take from this section of the book. We are not what they tell us what we are. We don't have to be. We don't have to fulfill the role that they casted us for in this theater of bullshit that they got us playing. We don't have to fulfill that role. We don't have to RSVP that party. So yeah, time and time again throughout history, people have demonstrated their extraordinary capacities to cooperate in pursuit of a higher purpose. And it is through these examples of resistance and solidarity that we can find the springs of a new world order emerging. Community matters. Absolutely right. Bukowski, you know that's my fucking philosophy right there. Mocha says, I'm reading No Truce by G. Pesci, explaining how youth born under fascism fought back the hardest. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna need somebody to message me a list of all the books that you've suggested so far today, so that I can just add like a book club reading list that people can add. All right, people powered planning. What time is it? Okay, before we dive into this section, before we dive into this section, I'm gonna take a break. Okay, I wanna stretch my legs and get up a little bit. I'm gonna drink more tea. I'm hot as fuck right now. And I would take this off, but I don't have my tape, so. Just a quick break. I'll be right back. Now I get shit. Hell yeah, Fifi. Look, like I said, if you're on YouTube, come join the kid on the Patreon. Fifi, come join us on the Patreon. You do not have to pay to be a member. You just got to show up. You'll have access to literally everything that we have here, including this live right now, just in case you want to catch up on the books. But yeah, I'm gonna put the list. If anybody messages me this list, I'm gonna put that list on the thing. No, because I don't trust Discord. The Discord has not been created because I don't trust Discord. There's been too many leaks, and I do not want to expose you guys to that shit. But yeah, the Patreon is called Where It Counts. I believe you can get that, like, yeah, Where It Counts is on the Patreon. There is a link to the YouTube in the bio here, which on my YouTube, in the bio on the YouTube, you'll get to the Patreon there. I know it's a lot of extra steps, but if you just go straight, if you go straight to, Patreon, it's Where It Counts. That's the name of the Patreon. Subject to change, just as a heads up. I'm switching a lot of shit around, rebranding and all this other stuff, but for now, that's what it is, okay? So yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a break. If you're on YouTube and you can see it, like if you go to my YouTube and the live stream, you will see the Patreon there as well while I'm, getting some cooler water and all that good stuff. All right. Do y'all want some music? You remember that back in the day, you guys? I used to do like music and shit. It's very haphazard here. I haven't really been able to set things up the way that I want. I you know what? If I'm honest, I've been wanting to play the Sugar Ray song for the longest time. This whole morning I've been singing it, and like it just I haven't been able to play it. So like, please, no Sugar Ray. Hell yeah! Look, man, that Arcane soundtrack is the shit, yo. I ain't even gonna front. MF Doom, okay. Since Philly is really having a hard time with the Sugar Ray, you missed it because I was singing the fuck out of Sugar Ray this morning. So we'll do an MF Doom song. I'm just gonna I don't care. Bam. Oh yeah, we was getting it. It was a fun time. Okay, if that's how you want to roll, I won't torture you. There you go. Oh shit.
Battery 70%. Connected to HADN LAPPY GOP
Okay.
and Visas 23.
We good? All right, there you go. One time for the MF Doom, rest in peace. Oh shit, I totally forgot. I'm so sorry, guys. You're like on my crotch right now on YouTube. On YouTube, you guys are on my crotch right now. Sorry, I'm trying to get me some clothes. Don't mind me. It's hot as balls in here, yo. So I need a tank top. I gotta take this off. Nigga sweating, drinking this hot ass tea with liquor in it. Ah, God, I should probably have left this mic. I probably should have left this mic on the table so that you guys don't have to hear me putting clothes on and like zippering and shit. I'm so sorry. Whew, okay. Hey. Your nephew is pouting. That motherfucker is in his bed. He's in his bed. Marcelito! Marcelito! Your niece is over here chilling. Come here, Papa. Come here, Papalito. Oh, Papa. Oh, hey, Papa. People miss you. Come on, Mama. Get over here. Papa, you gonna come over? Come up. Come here, Papa. Look at this. Come here. Come here. Come here, Pops. Come on, Papa. Get on here. Come on. Get up. Good. Oh, boy. Oh, you was just sleeping. Ooh, God. Come here, you fatty. Oh, God. Jesus. Well, you gotta lose weight, man. Christ. Oh, buddy. You're heavy. When did you get that heavy? Lord and Savior. Eesh. Thank you. Yeah, we have a niece. Yeah, we got a niece now and shit, man. Well, we're come here, Papa Lito. Come here, Papa. Look. I tried to get you up here safely. You don't want to jump. You just woke up. Come here. Daddy's got you. Okay. Daddy's got you. Ooh, shit. Not the mic. Okay. Woo. We're back at it, you guys. Sorry, I had to love up on the children. You know, I need a little bit of light here. Ugh. Wee! That's better. Hold on. Oh, God. I'm too fat for this. Justin was right. I need to lose weight. Shit. Oops. Cool beans. If you guys don't know, we had a little bit of a racist here. We had a racist here that was trying to be mean. Trying his best. He really sucks at it though, because you know, racists don't do their homework, so they don't know who they're talking to. He didn't know that I am a bigger asshole than him. But, he said I needed to join the fitness community. Guys, do you think I need to join the fitness community? Do I need to? Do I need to join the fitness community? Oh my god. Justin said I do. Yeah. On YouTube you can see this way better. You know, y'all let me know if I need to join the fitness community. Y'all let me know. Give me the heads up on that one. You know, I don't know. You know, according to Justin, I'm a fatty McFatterton. You know, I'm just a big old fatty. Okay. Are you guys ready to jump into the rest of this chapter right quick? Are you guys having fun? I hope you are enjoying this. I'm really enjoying our morning together. You know? So yeah, let me crack this open right. I know it's the guns every single fucking time, bro. Nice. Oh god. That's delicious. I needed something colder in my body. That tea is yeah. Okay. On YouTube, if you're on YouTube, you can absolutely see the baby boy being all cute and sweet. You guys can't see it on Tiki Takis, but there he is. Let's just take a moment to just appreciate how cute this little motherfucker is. He's a cute boy. Who's this handsome man? Who is this handsome man? Sleepy, beepy, handsome man. Why you so sleepy? Oh, my boy. He is a smoochy smooch. Come here, Baba. Okay. 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 All right. Daddy's still reading, though. I'm still reading, though. Ugh. I like how you're just laying like this. Okay. Can we continue reading, son? Okay. Stretch it out. Figure it out. Okay. All right, guys. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Ooh. You almost died. All right, nigga. Now you're milking it. Now you're milking it. Thank you, AI Summary. Reading a chapter from an intimate novel with a baby. Incorrect. Yet again. It's kind of crazy that this is the AI that's going to destroy civilization. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. All right. So let's continue reading, shall we? For those of you who don't know, if you just joined the live, welcome. This is my book club where I sit down and I read out loud to you guys. We are digesting some information. We are unpacking this information. We're sharing our experiences about this information. Right now, we are in chapter 8 of Grace Blakeley's book, Vulture Capitalism. If you would like to read along with me, just hop over to the YouTube channel. I am currently live right here. You can read the text because the text is up there, right? You can join me. Or if you don't want to, read along, you just want to listen to my voice, you are more than welcome to do that. I have a microphone. Ooh, my fiance's here. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Everybody say hey to my baby. But yeah, if you would like to continue reading and you want to hear that nice creamy as fuck voice that I got going on right now, you can just hop over to YouTube. It's right there. Or you can just listen to me here. The view on YouTube actually sucks. I don't know about that. Oh yeah, because it's smaller. Yeah, it's small. I can't give all of it to you. You guys gotta like take a little bit at a time. You can't hear the whole thing. But yes, yeah. So if you want to read along, you're more than welcome to. Go to the YouTube channel. That will be in the link in the bio of this TikTok account. We have a whole ass community. I am calling it the Pantheon of Mischief. We have a community there on Patreon. You don't have to pay to be a part of the community or to become a member. You just got to show up. If you want to pay, great, but you don't have to. So there, you can have discussions. You can share what's going on with you and how you are engaging in your community, in real life, all that good stuff. I love to hear those things. One of our regulars, Moss, is out there creating candles with their people and their friends and shit. I hope that Moss actually like shares what they've created. I'm gonna hit them up and be like, yo, you better share that shit, motherfucker. So yeah, that's what that's there for. Anyways, we are continuing on with chapter 8. We are in the second example of the counter argument to the capitalist idea that everybody's greedy, evil motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Have you heard of Black Alliance for Peace? Yes, I have, Gray. I have. I think I've come across an account named that quite a bit. I'm pretty sure we're mutuals, if that's who you're talking about. If it's like a specific person. But yeah. Okay, guys, you ready to go back on the ride? Let's dive into this shit. People powered planning. I love the alliteration. The best evidence for the human capacity to cooperate. Excuse me. A lot of. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, Gray. Nice. The best evidence for the human capacity to cooperate in pursuit of collective goals are the real life examples of people doing just this. The following section contains several examples of democratic planning in cooperations. Oh no, not cooperations. Sorry. The following section contains several examples of democratic planning in corporations and communities all over the world. I'm going to put you guys right here on my chest. Come lay on my chest. Come lay on my chest, YouTube watchers. Okay? I need to clean my glasses off, and I don't want to keep taking you off of me just to put you back on. I would like you guys to be right here, close to me, close to the chest. That's where all the important things are supposed to be. So, let me get this together. Ah, nice. So here, yeah. So we're gonna have several examples of corporations and communities all over the world showing democratic planning. Choosing only a handful of thousands of examples was challenging, so I chose those with which I was most familiar. and that seemed closest and most relevant to the arguments outlined in the rest of the book. More than anything, these examples are supposed to illustrate the incredible things people can achieve. I mean, I mean. Sorry, there's like a Rottweiler that's like damn near trying to move into my house. Choosing only a handful of thousands of examples was challenging, so I chose those with which I was most familiar, and that seemed closest and most relevant to the arguments outlined in the rest of the book. More than anything, these examples are supposed to illustrate the incredible things people can achieve when they work together outside capitalist institutions. In a world that often seems hopeless, these springs of resistance and cooperation are an enduring source of inspiration for those seeking to build a truly democratic society. Hey, Renee! None of that. None of that. Ain't nobody down. No, ain't nobody doing that. You've been quiet this whole time. Chill out. Lay down. Papa. Lay down or go back to your bed. You can't be distracting like that. Thank you, Renee, for joining us, fam. Welcome. More than anything, these examples are supposed to illustrate the incredible things people can achieve when they work together outside capitalist institutions. In a world that often seems hopeless, these springs of resistance and cooperation are an enduring source of inspiration for those seeking to build a truly democratic society. Yeah. Renee come in here and just be, everybody excited, Australia's green bands. Ooh, this sounds interesting. 5 years before the Lucas Plan was developed, residents in a small Sydney suburb were organizing against developers seeking to build luxury housing on the last patch of underdeveloped bushland in their area, Kelly's Bush. Local women worked together to lobby local and regional politicians to reject the proposal, but they found themselves beaten back and ignored at every turn. Hey, no, you're not late, fam. I mean, like we're back into the chapter, but I think we're finally getting to a spot. Hey, none of this. We're finally getting to a spot where we didn't finish reading, so you're good. You're good. Marcel Warren, oye, get down. See, you knocking stuff over and stuff. You knocking stuff over, son? No. 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 Absolutely not. No. No. If you're going to be looking out the window, you cannot make all that noise. Papa, oye, muévete. Go on. Go on. Nope, because you don't know how to be quiet. Go on. Go. Thank you. This guy. I should have left his ass in his room. Anyways, I digress, y'all. Sorry, I had to be a parent right quick. Great. Australia's green bands. On the PDF, it says that I'm on page 257. That may or may not be true. I don't know. But we're on the second example in chapter 8. So you're good. So yeah, these women were trying to get these politicians and everybody to like push back on these luxury apartments getting developed in the last patch of undeveloped bushland in Sydney, Australia, only to be ignored, which is kind of fucked up, but par for the course, right? In 1968, Jack Mundy, a communist, environmentalist, and peace activist, took up the leadership of the Builders Laborers Foundation, or Federation, or also known as BLF, which represented 90% of construction workers in the state of New South Wales. He was an early advocate of red-green politics and had been arrested after a sit-in protesting the war in Vietnam. He has been called an Australian hero for his role in defending historic parts of Sydney. Reading a chapter from Vulture Capitalism, that's not even remotely accurate. AI summary. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate that. Why is it that our Skynet is the dumb version of Skynet? Wild work. You think this Skynet is going to be able to create a Terminator to come back in time to murder John Connor? I don't think so. This is like the idiocracy version of Skynet. Can't do shit right. Anyways, before I get on a tangent about AI and continue reading. With Monday's election, workers in the BLF asserted their right to, quote, insist their labor not be used in harmful ways. Monday succinctly articulated the BLF's approach to local development at a rally in 1971. All right, I'm going to try to do. I don't think this is a Australian accent, mate, but we're going to try it. Sounds a little bit more British than Australian or Australian. I don't know. Let me brush up on it before I do it. There must be in all this city area provisions for working class people, for people of low and middle class income, to be able to reside in the area. It's not much good winning a 35-hour week if we are going to choke to death in planless and polluted cities. Where rents are too high, where ordinary people can't live. Makes sense. The activists at Kelly's Bush decided to approach the BLF, hoping they might be able to prevent construction from taking place on the site. The union agreed to put its new philosophy into practice and announced strike action to prevent the development from going ahead. Burp. Excuse me. The development firm A.V. Jennings retaliated by hiring non-union workers to break the strike. Because of course they did. BLF members working on A.V. Jennings building sites across the country downed tools in response. I know that's motherfucking right. Backed into a corner, the company abandoned its plans to develop the area, and Kelly's Bush was saved. The strategy of working with residents to protect local areas became known as the Green Plan. 54 bans were introduced throughout New South Wales from 1971 to 1974 to protect, quote, workers' spaces, affordable housing, and heritage sites. The same year as Kelly's Bush action, BLF workers refused to build over a park used by residents in a Sydney housing estate. I believe a housing estate is like a government controlled project, right? Like the projects or something like that, affordable housing. Anybody who is, part of the British Commonwealth structure, let me know if that is a correct assessment of what that is. They also protected tenants living on Sydney's Victoria Street from developers trying to build more expansive housing in the area. When a project to build a freeway through Sydney threatened the tenants of 80,000 homes with eviction, because we were just talking about that shit. These motherfuckers, building infrastructure. Hey, what are you doing? Go lay down somewhere. You doing entirely too much. Sorry, yo. The fucking kid. My kid knocking shit down. But yeah, we were just talking about that in New York, how infrastructure and architecture is used to segregate communities and kill communities, break communities, right? We were just talking about that. So yeah. When a project to build a freeway through Sydney threatened the tenants of 80,000 homes with eviction, the BLF downed tools until local authorities came up with a sustainable solution to keep the tenants housed locally. When developers attempted to turn some of Sydney's oldest buildings into luxury apartments, the BLF refused to work on the site until plans were drawn up to protect those residents, both residents and the buildings. When indigenous activists occupied houses in Redfern to prevent a new development going ahead, the BLF stood in solidarity with activists. The National Trust even established a relationship with the BLF to protect buildings of historical significance. The BLF refused to participate in the demolition of 1,700 such buildings in 1972. Right? So this is still the 70s when labor had a lot of strength and a lot of leverage, right? So we can see that that protected, like laborers had the ability to kind of flex their muscles and lend themselves to several different, movements and initiatives to protect people's housing, which I think that's something that we can learn from right now, considering that housing is not easy to come by these days. By strengthening workers' confidence, the success of the Green Bands strengthened the labor movement all over Australia. But just as elsewhere in the world, workers' power was presented as a threat to the governability of the nation. If workers could take control of the construction process, then what was to stop them from taking control of other processes previously considered the persevere the preserve, there it is, the preserve of the powerful. Word. Took me a minute, but I got it. Local newspapers with close relationships to big businesses stated a campaign against the BLF, as did several local politicians, because of course politicians would do that. The Sydney Morning Herald published, quote, 5 editorials in 12 days calling for BLF leaders to be jailed. The Fourth Estate, fucking us over yet again. Mundy began to receive death threats, but the fight against the BLF did not stop there. When the BLF had organized to prevent the development of Potts Point, the developer used violence against the workers and residents, disrupting construction. It sounds like some Pinkerton shit. If y'all remember who the fuck the Pinkertons are, I think everybody should just, brush up on their history about the fucking Pinkertons in the United States, because that's what this looks like. The leader of the Residents Action Group, Arthur King, was kidnapped. They kidnapped this motherfucker, yo. Wild. 2 years later, campaigning journalist Juanita Nielsen was murdered as a result of her participation in the Green Band movement. Her killer was never found, but investigation suggests that police corruption hindered the investigation into her death. Hey, what's up, fam? That's crazy. That's fucked up. Largely thanks to this campaign of terror, Mundy was eventually replaced with a more conservative leader. But the legacy of the Green Bands lived on, and many of the developments that the BLF targeted never went ahead. All told, Australia's Green Bands, quote, stopped, stalled, or affected $5 billion worth of redevelopment projects. I know that's motherfucking right. Ultimately, the bans led to the transformation of New South Wales' planning system. Local authorities were forced to start accounting for historical significance, environmental impact, and the wishes of the residents when considering planning applications. Mind blown. What do you mean you have to tell me that you have to take into consideration, the people who live there, the historical significance of the place that you're trying to fuck over, and the environmental impact of you fucking over the place? Wild work. Who would have thought that was important? I fucking hate capitalism sometimes. I really do. I don't know how we can work. Not to go on a tangent. I don't know how we can work through all of this shit and not end up hating capitalism. Because the shit is just fundamentally, objectively just dumb. Just dumb. And it's dumb because it's not like they don't know that they can do the shit, because they use the rhetoric They use the rhetoric of this shit to like, I don't know. They use the rhetoric of doing it the right way to get the plans approved, but then they refuse to do it the right way because it costs money. So it's not like they don't know. That's why it's so dumb. They know exactly how to do this the right way. They just don't want to do it because they're greedy fucks. They're psychopaths. I hate capitalism. I digress. And just like that, the Lucas Plan, the legacy of the Green Bans, was not limited to the country in which they took place. Quote, Germany politician Petra Kelly visited Australia and was inspired by Mundy and the Union. She returned to Germany, incorporating the techniques of resistance learned in Australia, and started the German Green Party in 1979. This is thought to be the first use of the term green to describe environmentalist politics in Europe. That's how beneficial this is. Ko says, usually when I use the lookup feature, Siri will have Siri knowledge. Oh man, fucking AI is the worst. Literally the worst. But yeah, so like that's a good example. Like that's a good point to be made. Even though the Lucas Plan, the BLF, all these leaders are, either fired or killed. The work that they did and the proof in the pudding that they provide lives on, you know? For Pinkerton, all it had was private security for U.S. government. No problem, lunacy. Yeah. Yeah, it's done a lot more than that. One of these days, we'll go into the Pinkerton as a group, as a collective. I think that's important to know. They're murderous pieces of shit. If you really want to dive into the Pinkerton, dive into the West Virginia labor movements, the creation of policing in result to those labor movements, and what the Pinkertons were doing against the coal miners in West Virginia. Yeah. That's how you're going to really learn about how fucked up the Pinkertons are. It's a family of assholes. Anyways, I digress. All right, so we've got these examples. Let's carry on. Marina Marinaleda? Marinaleda. I feel like that's how you say that. Marinaleda. Let's go. 2 years after the death of Spain's fascist dictator, Francisco Franco, the Union of Farm Workers was formed in the small Andalusian village of Marinaleda. At the time, the villagers were living in abject poverty. I got it, fam. I just got to sound it out. And just take my time. That's what they say. Sound it out, take your time. All right. So, in the Andalusian, because the Andals, yeah. So, in the Andalusian village of Marinaleda, at the time, the villagers were living in abject poverty. The newly formed union, led by Juan Manuel Sanchez Garillo, who has been described as the Spanish Robin Hood, mobilized the locals to occupy land left uncultivated by absentee landowners. The occupations continued until in 1980, hundreds of locals went on a quote hunger strike against hunger in protest against the jealous monopolization of that's a weird way to put that, the jealous monopolization of the land by a small local elite. Good wording. Over subsequent years, villagers undertook dozens more occupations, facing the constant threat of evictions by the Guardia Civil. Their rallying cry was land for those who work on it. I know that's right. Land for those who work on it. Eventually, villagers won, and the local government gave them 1,200 acres from one of the local estates. During the struggle, the group had formed a party, the Workers' Unity Collective, which went on to win a majority of seats in local elections. Sanchez Gorillo was elected mayor. To this day, members of the cooperative, most people who live in the village, make decisions collectively through general assemblies. That's what's up. Thank you, Mocha. Guardia Civil, so police. Nice. The cooperative is profitable, and these profits are retained and reinvested in job creation. All workers in the co op, including the mayor, earn the same wage of 47 euros per day. And they each work 6.5 hours a day. Can you imagine working 6.5 hours a day? That would be fucking dope. If she, Mocha says, if she doesn't bring up Mondragon as an example, I will be very. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see if she does. But yeah, 47 euro per day, working fucking 6 hours a day. That sounds amazing. I mean, like, I don't want to work at all, but whatever. I would work at a co-op, because that sounds like fun. But yeah, yeah. Where am I? I missed it. Damn. There are a few unemployed people in the town in receipt of nationally provided unemployment benefits, but they are able to survive quite easily on their 400 euro per month thanks to the cooperative's other investments, particularly in housing. Much of the rest of the common land is used for community services, like the sports center and kindergarten, which residents can access for another 15 euro a month. Local schools even provide children with 3 free meals a day. 3 free meals a day. 3. You don't even get 2 of them shits in the United States. You don't even get 2 of them shits in the United States. That's fucked up. Mocha says that the city of Mondragon is a city run as a cooperative. Businesses, schools, hospitals, universities, transportation that came about since the Franco era. Yeah. Dang, Trini says barely one as far as school meals, free school meals. They are absolutely snatching meals from the baby. Philly points out that we have something called lunch debt in the United States. Yeah. Raise your hand if you had some of that when you were growing up. Me. Me. I was one of the people whose parent made too much money to get free school lunch, because you have to be in abject poverty to get free school lunch, but not enough money to avoid lunch debt. Fuck yeah, beautiful. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, so these kids get 3 free school lunches a day, which is amazing. That's amazing. Yeah. Trini points out that they were on free lunch and then reduced lunch. I feel like all of that shit is just means testing to fuck people out of feeding their children. It's terrible. Carrying on. Part of the reason the local government has been able to dedicate so much investment to these communal facilities is that it saved money by scrapping the police force, you guys. Who would have thought you get rid of probably the most expensive ticket item in your fucking municipality? You can do a lot more. You do a lot more for the people that way. Huh. Huh. Not to be facetious. That's wild. Sorry, YouTube. I know I'm loud as fuck. Y'all can turn it down. But yeah. They got rid of the goddamn police. As they should. Sanchez Grillo argued that in a town with no unemployment and in which residents all work together to make decisions, there's no need for law enforcement. Crime rates are comparatively low, and most residents maintain their decision to remove the police was the right one. Wow. Yeah. Bukowski points out less poverty means less laws being broken. Yeah, exactly. Mocha points out, to be fair, there's a huge crime problem generally in Andalusia, as it's a gateway for international drugs. Sure, but in this area, comparatively, it's low. Crazy how that goes. That makes sense. Sanchez Gorillo continues to sweep local elections, and the model has even spread to another nearby town, Somonte. In 2012, workers drew on lessons from Marinalida and occupied government land before securing collective ownership and establishing a new cooperative. One woman interviewed by, oh, by the way, this reminds me, in my, chosen home city of Richmond, Virginia, uh, there is a black co-op, a farmers co-op that just got awarded, I think, 6 acres of land that they fought for, and they're turning that whole thing into a farmer co-op. So stuff like this is not just the fantasy and accomplishment of Europe and in Spain. You can also see that today here in the United States. Richmond, Virginia, my chosen home city, is one of the cities where we have such successes happening, right? Where you can gain land from the state and turn it into a co-op. So, brep. 804, yo. 804. Yeah. I'm really growing to like Richmond, Virginia. I'm not gonna lie. It took me a very long time to give a fuck about Virginia in general. I've lived in Virginia for like well over almost 20 years, I think. I've lived in Virginia. Yeah, shit. Lived in Virginia for almost 20 years, and I'm just now liking it. Just now liking it, yo. It took me a minute, but Richmond is really doing it, right? Yeah, that's woof. Yeah, not no more. It's not part of the 7 cities anymore. Yeah. Mocha points out in UK, co-ops are taking over farms, risking to go to equity funds. Really great project. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. If you guys have any other examples close to home of co-ops actually, making progress in your area, let us know. Let us know. I'll shout it out. Yeah, Va Beach is Trump country. Va Beach is Trump country. I lived in Va Beach at some point in time. Terrible place. It's one of the main reasons why I hated Virginia for so long. All right, so continuing on. One woman interviewed by British author Dan Hancock describes how the Marinalida model spread to her town. Quote, the land was some of the most fertile in Spain, but had for decades been used by the government to grow corn, to bring in European subsidies. It created next to no work and no produce. The corn was left to rot. Those 400 wasted hectares were about to be auctioned off privately by the government when the Andalusian Workers' Union turned up in March 2012. They occupied it, were evicted by 200 riot police. That's some shit the Pinkertons would do. And in turn, in true Marinalida style, returned the next day to start again. The auction never took place. That's fucking exciting. That's fucking exciting. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Here's another example. The People's Plan for the Royal Docks. The London Docklands was in dire straits by the 1980s as containerization transformed global shipping. Private developers saw the docklands as a massive opportunity, and one developer with the typical mindset of a colonizer, declared the area, quote, a blank canvas upon which we can paint the future. Sorry, I gotta clean my glasses. That bitch, Margaret Thatcher, saw the area in the same way. Redeveloping the docklands would allow her to build a low tax, low regulation, high profit paradise from the ground up. The London Docklands Development Corporation, or LDDC, acquired almost 5,000 acres of what was once publicly owned land with the support of that bitch Thatcher's government. That fucking bitch. The idea of the LDDC was simple: relieve the congestion in the city by relocating significant portions of its financial sector to the former docks. Right? Firms were encouraged to relocate through the creation of an enterprise zone in which, quote, market controls, planning permissions, and taxes were heavily reduced or abolished to attract investment. Does that sound familiar or does that not sound familiar? Doesn't that sound like how these fucking data centers are being pumped? You know, every fucking municipality that wants money and wants to bring businesses in, they're always taking away the taxes so that they don't have to invest in the areas that they're coming to destroy. Huh. Sounds like it's almost like that's a feature of capitalism and not a bug. I don't know. I'm just a lowly anarchist. What do I know? Okay, keeping it going. Firms, sorry, we read this. The preferences of the area's 52,000 residents were ignored by the LDDC, but they did not accept their marginalization laying down. Instead, they approached the radical Great London Council for help. The GOC agreed, and a, quote, People's Plan Center was opened in Newham. When the LDDC proposed the construction of London City Airport in 1983, residents worked with the GLC's popular planning officers to develop, quote, the People's Plan for the Royal Docks. The plan was based on its author's conviction that, quote, there must be, oh, I can definitely do a British accent here. Hold on a second. There must be more to our working lives and our children's than being porters and lavatory attendants for passing businessmen. Now tell me how well I did, please. I'm really working on my British accent for y'all. Real shit. Bukowski points out, history doesn't always repeat, but it sure does rhyme. Fuck yeah, accurate. Rim says, Ohio's so bad. They came here first with crypto clusters. I'm telling you, man. Every capitalism is not invented. Everybody's using the same playbook to fuck us out of resources and the ability to have autonomy over our own lives. It's the same fucking playbook. It never changes. The GOC's popular planning officers were able to draw on the knowledge of socially useful production they had gained from studying the Lucas Plan. They proposed the creation of worker cooperatives, which would use existing infrastructure to create socially useful products that could be purchased excuse me, by the GLC. The plan also proposed the provision of full-time childcare for children under 5, which would create employment for thousands of unemployed women. Kind of sexist for it to just be for women, but understandable. We can't even hire men to be morticians. We definitely can't hire the motherfuckers to be watching the kids. Understandable, but yeah, okay. Right? So they're proposing a child care program for children under 5, which would create employment for the thousands of unemployed women then living in the docklands. And where the LDDC wanted to build thousands of luxury homes, the People's Plan proposed investing in the area's social housing stock. So far, this sounds great. So far, this is exactly what it's supposed to do. Local people worked together to spread the word about the plan. Tenants designed posters for the PR campaign, and billboards were put up around the city. People's armadas compiled demands and delivered them to Parliament in cavalcades of 1,000 or more. Um, definition of the word cavalcade. Oop, no. Here we go. Cavalcade. I hate when they do this. I don't. I always gotta go just like some extra shit to find it. Cavalcade, a procession of riders or carriages, a procession of vehicles or ships. I think so. I think it might be derived. I would have to go through the. Oh well. It says the history of cavalcade. Cavalcade is a word with deep equestrian roots, though it comes via French and possibly Italian from a Latin word that displaced. I'm not reading all that. Yes. Yes, Mocha, that's how it's written. I got it, though. We got it. Yeah. So, a procession of riders or carriages, a procession of vehicles or ships. So, in a procession of vehicles of 1,000 or more, the People's Armadas compiled demands and delivered them to Parliament. So they rolled deep. That's essentially what that's saying. The People's Armada was rolling in deep to Parliament to be like, hey, motherfuckers, that's what we looking for. Bukowski says, now you read like me. I know the right context to these words. Yeah, like I know the word cavalcade. I just don't know the exact definition of the word cavalcade. Like I know enough about the word to make an inference through context, but now that I know the definition, we're good. Right? So they was rolling in deep to make sure that this plan was heard. But that bitch Thatcher's destruction of the GOC killed the plan and cleared the way for the LDDC. Just like the story of the Lucas Aerospace, the People's Plan clearly shows the choice British society was faced with during the 1980s. A world designed by and for the people, or one designed by and for powerful private actors supported by the British state. Okay, this is the theme. Mocha says, yes, it refers to a bunch of people on horses going towards the same place. Yeah. So, like, people were rolling in deep. And that bitch Thatcher, I think that's also a good way to, like, I think Grace is doing a brilliant job of showing its successes and failures, but also showing exactly who and what is the impediment and obstacle when these movements fail. And it's always the state doing it on behalf of the private sector. That's something we need to pay attention to. The next example, participatory budgeting. In 1989, the Brazilian city of Porto Alegre, or Alhir, embarked on a radical new experiment in local democracy. When the Brazilian Workers' Party, or PT, took control of the city in municipal elections, they introduced the idea of participatory budgeting, or PB, a process through which citizens worked with local authorities to develop economic and financial plans for their area. So here we have yet another example of trying to allow for citizens and workers to have a say in how their society is being structured, right? Every year, citizens in Puerto Alegre come together to debate how to spend their city's budget in a series of meetings that take place at the neighborhood level. The I want to say Puerto. So the Puerto Alegre model is widely considered to be one of the most successful examples of democratic local planning anywhere in the world. At its peak in 2002, over 17,000 citizens were involved in the participatory process, responsible for distributing a budget of $160 million. That's a lot of money. Happy Port, thank you. Mocha points out that the name of the city is called Happy Port in English. Low-income citizens, women, and ethnic minorities were particularly well represented. I think that's a good thing to point out. And a lot of these movements, they are the lifeblood of these movements are women and the otherwise marginalized, ethnic minorities, all of that. I think that's important to point out as well. So, low income citizens, women, and ethnic minorities were particularly represented at the meetings, which allowed for a transfer of funding to more deprived neighborhoods. Over a period of several years, the PB agenda, quote, brought those usually excluded from the political process into the heart of decision making, significantly increasing the power and influence of civil society and improving local people's lives through the more effective allocation of resources. It's a great example. Ultimately, more than 250 Brazilian cities adopted participatory budgeting. The model has been studied comprehensively. Where successful, it has been found to result in greater levels of participation in government, improved outcomes for low income residents, women, and other marginalized communities, increased transparency and accountability in political institutions, and more progressive distributions of municipal budgets. I guarantee you, with all the hemming and hawing and bitching and moaning that a lot of liberals have about people not voting and shit, if they also would not want a participatory budget structure in these cities. I guarantee you, the last they want you to vote, but the last thing they will ever allow you to do is have a say on how that money gets spent. Promise you that shit. But this right here shows exactly why they wouldn't want you to do that shit. Because it would help the exact people that they would need at the bottom to maintain this capitalist structure, in my opinion. The model spread to 1,500 cities in all over the world. Right? In Canada, participatory budgeting has been trialed successfully in at least 3 cities: Guelph, Toronto, and Vancouver. As in Puerto Argir, these experiments have been particularly beneficial for disadvantaged communities, allowing many marginalized groups to engage in democratic processes for the first time. In Toronto, for example, social housing tenants have been involved in decision making through the Toronto Community Housing Corporation, THTC, allowing them to deliver key infrastructure and improve common spaces. A participatory budgeting process was also started in New York in 2011. When residents were given the power to allocate some of the city's capital budget, millions of dollars have been since, or millions of dollars have since been invested in everything from parks to libraries to public housing. So when we allow people to have a say in how money gets spent, it's almost like the people reinvest in themselves. Crazy. Wild. They just don't waste it on avocado toast like all these rich motherfuckers want us to believe. How much more I got? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. That's fine. We got a lot of examples here, yo. Okay. I'm going to finish chapter 8 today. God damn it. We finish in chapter 8 today. I don't care. Come hell or high water, we doing it. Even if it's just me reading by my fucking self. We finishing it. If y'all ready to ride, we ride. What states do I think are going to succeed? I'll answer that when I get to the break. Fuck yeah. Next example, okay? People's planning, Kerala. I think that's how you say that, right? Kerala. 7 years after Puerto Alhir, another experiment in decentralized planning began in Kerala, India. In 1996, the Left Democratic Front won Kerala's regional elections and introduced, quote, the People's Plan campaign, with the ambition of bringing government closer to the people. As in Brazil, communities throughout Kerala were involved directly in the decisions being made by local government. But in India, the link to planning was clearer. The national government was in the process of drawing up its ninth 5-year plan, which aimed to modernize and develop India. And each state was expected to feed ideas into the State Planning Board, or SPB. Part of what made Kerala's planning process so successful was the links that were forged between local and national planning processes. A large amount of the cash at the SPB's disposal was reserved for projects developed within the framework of the People's Plan, based on a pledge made by the board that 35 to 40% of India's ninth plan would consist of schemes formulated at the local government level. Right? Later, Philly. Thank you for hanging out with us, yo. Appreciate you as always, fam. Through a series of meetings and seminars attended by a diverse range of residents, local governments were able to design and implement their own plans through direct public participation. Through this process, the ideas developed by local communities found their way into the regional government's submissions to the National 5-Year Plan. The results were astounding. In 1991, 28% of the population was using public health facilities, and this increased to 48% by 2018, despite retrenchment in the public finances at the national level. More than 600,000 Keralan students moved from private schools to public ones. Kerala achieved its Sustainable Development Goal for infant mortality reduction ahead of the rest of India in 2020. No, this wasn't, by this time, this wasn't involving Britain. We're talking about, just a couple of years ago. So this is independent India doing this for themselves. So yeah, that's pretty fucking dope. You know, what I'm seeing is when we allow people to take care of their own communities, um, they actually take care of their own communities. It's kind of fucking crazy, right? So yeah, they brought the infant mortality rate down, and they did it ahead of the rest of India in 2020. That that's saying a lot, especially under a Modi government. That's saying a lot. More than 100,000 kilometers of roads were constructed across a remote and rural region. The proportion of Keralans living below the poverty line fell from 25% in 1993 to 1994 to 6% by 2011 to 2012. That's incredible. That's incredible. Going from 25% poverty rate to just 6%, that's incredible. What's more, as in Brazil, the campaign boosted civil society, leading to the formation of self-help groups such as the Kudum Bashir. Is that Bashri? Kudum Kudum Bashri. I hope that's how you say that. I hope that's how you say that. Quote, the world's largest network of women with more than 4,100,000 members, whose mission is to eradicate extreme poverty through community action. That's incredible. That's incredible. Next example. Ciudad Futura, Argentina. As the birthplace of Che Guevara, Rosario, Argentina, has a proud revolutionary history. So when the municipal government tried to sell tracts of public land to luxury housing developers, that would have resulted in the eviction of 250 families. Its people fought back. Excuse me. A group of local people launched a grassroots campaign to resist the sale, and they won. The city government made a U turn, banning the construction of gated communities and allowing the grassroots movement to determine how land would be used. Members of the movement consulted the locals, and together they decided to use the land to start a dairy cooperative. The resistance dairy created jobs, boosted the local economy, and provided residents with cheap and healthy foods. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The whole country in the fight. Yeah. Rim points out that the whole country of Argentina is in a fight right now with corruption trials post melee. Yeah, that makes all the sense. Uh, Borgalriri was going to ask about industry. Shoot your question, please. Welcome, Punk. Long time no see, fam. Welcome to the book club. But yeah, so these people before they allowed a fucking gated community to pop up on their shit, they was like, nah, fam, get that shit up out of here, yo. What we are gonna do is make a dairy cooperative so that we can feed the people that are here instead. That's what we're gonna do instead of that shit. The resistance dairy created jobs, boosted the local economy, and provided residents with cheap and healthy food. Today, the co op produces 900 liters of milk a day, as well as cheese and dulce de leche, which is in this tea right here. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Families can form consumer circles of 3 to 5 households, and in exchange for a small monthly fee, the families can receive a basket of food from the co op. The co op also has a food share program known as the Anti Inflammatory Mission. Or, no, not inflammatory, Anti Inflationary Mission. My bad. Rheumatoid arthritis type slip up. My bad. Okay, so they have this anti inflationary mission, which is probably going to come in handy considering the gas prices right now. But this helps locals or local people to access food in the context of Argentina's constantly rising prices. The co op also set up 2 secondary schools and a preschool to support the hundreds of poor children in the area who lacked access to education. You need me voice acting? Thank you. I've been thinking about it. I don't know. I might put in an audition for it. Let's see. But that's incredible, right? So this could have been a fucking gated community, but what it is right now is a whole structure that is feeding people, but not just feeding people cheap and affordable food, but also educating the children that are there that otherwise would not be receiving education. And as I think a lot of Americans are learning right now, these kids need education. We need to have an investment in schools for all children, and not just the children that are living in developed areas, but the children in the rural areas as well. The population of this area, let's look it up. Boop. Population of Rosario, Argentina. Let's look it up. We're looking it up right now. So Wikipedia says that the population of Rosario, Argentina in 2020 was 1,750,000 in 2020. I would assume that it's a little bit less than that around about this time when they're doing this program. Yeah. Let's see. Let's add in. 2010s. These numbers are, yeah, a little weird. Noodle, 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 noodle dance. Ah, what's the link to that? The AI on Brave says that the 2020 census of the city, it had 1,193,605 inhabitants. That's that. So yeah, a little bit less than that. So like a little over 1 million people that they're doing this for. Riri asks, I wonder all the little steps they took, like education, but I may have missed a part of the book. I mean, what they did first, really, in this section, what it's really talking about is how, you know, these private developers came into this community wanting to take this land and develop it into a gated community. And not only did they stop the private developers from doing that, they petitioned the government to give them the land so that they can develop it themselves for something else. So instead of having the gated community, they created a dairy initiative, which created jobs for the local area, right? And with that, they were able to create cheap and healthy food for people to eat. With the money from those jobs and the money from that land, they were also able to provide schooling for these kids. So the first thing that they did really was prevent private corporations from taking over the land and dictating what that land would be used for. That was the very first step that they did. And then the second step was, now that we've stopped these motherfuckers from taking this shit, give it to us and we're going to do something with it. And that's essentially what they were able to do, right? So they also launched a social health initiative aimed at supporting those with drug and alcohol problems. The group even branched out into entertainment, setting up a cooperative social club and cinema called uh, Distrito Siete, or District 7, which holds parties and live music in the evenings and assembly style meetings to discuss the movement's priorities during the day. They fucking took that shit and ran with it, yo. They took that shit and ran with it, yo. That's fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. They took that shit and ran with it. In 2012, the organizers decided to take their movement into mainstream politics, forming Ciudad Futura, which is now a thriving local political party. Funding came from the profits of all the local businesses the movement had set up, and by 2018, membership had grown threefold. Right? Ciudad Futura candidates, all of whom were women, okay? All of the candidates for Ciudad Futura's candidates were women, okay? They won 4 seats in the municipal government in 2019, gaining 11% of the vote, despite the party facing a legal challenge from excluding men from their selection process. Ain't that the rub? White people doing the exact same thing in America, suing organizations and movements that are supposed to address the disparity that black people and black women face just so that they can kill it, right? And the same thing is being done here, but through a patriarchal lens. Because it's excluding men, they were getting sued. Despite the fact, you know what? Let me not go on a tangent, but I'm just pointing out them dots for y'all to see that shit. Fucking crazy. Riri says, dang, that takes a good attitude, though. I think we do. I think we do. I think we do have that. We do have to. We have that. We just don't. We are disconnected from each other. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. Our communities are disconnected and fractured. So it's our job to build to remove those fractures, heal those fractures. I guarantee you, if we were to heal those fractures and do what these women have done, now's the time. Really, now is the time. This government is going hell in a handbasket. And with that means an opportunity for us to start really fucking doing some real shit up in this bitch. And this right here is showing me every example that it's given has really like it's really like affirmation that it can be done. It can be done, right? So these women, they won 11% of the vote despite getting sued for excluding men. Wild work. One of the party's counselors outlined its philosophy in an interview. Quote, "What's the use of going on about how bad everything is? It serves for nothing. If you have the ability to show that the city can be different based on concrete practices, that's where the potential for your project is. Everything else is incidental. Our only unique characteristic is that this idea of demonstrating right now that there are alternatives and doing so on an increasing scale." Real fucking talk. I like that. It's like, what's the point? What's the point? Let's start fucking doing the shit. Let's just do the shit. Let's not wait. Let's not wait for a politician to give this to us. Like, they didn't wait for a politician to give them that dairy thing. They didn't wait for a politician to give them that land. They didn't wait for a politician to stop these private organizations from coming in and creating that gated community with that land. Because really what those politicians were doing was getting ready to just fucking hand that shit right over. They did it themselves. And that's real fucking talk. Yes. Riri says we have to love ourselves more than we hate the system. I wholeheartedly agree on that. All right. Next example. A better Reykjavik. It is so unfortunate that I know how to say Reykjavik with such ease. The colonizer gets us every day, yo. Anyways, Iceland was one of the most successful stories of the pre-2008 boom. Having successfully transformed its economy from one based primarily on fishing to one based on the export of financial services, the country's banking system ballooned in the run-up to the crisis. Yet, when the global financial system collapsed in 2008, it threatened to destroy Iceland's economy. The countries most exposed to Ireland's banks, the highly financialized economies of the UK and the Netherlands, offered Iceland a loan to allow it to provide bailouts for international depositors, but the country's citizens would have had to repay the loan over the long run. Right? So, you know, public like nationalizing, getting these financiers out of debt, right? Or nationalizing the debt for the people to pay, privatizing the financiers' struggles and getting them out of the struggles, which is crazy, right? Mocha says exactly. People need to understand there's no one coming to save you, and you need to move, right? We need to move for each other. We are here to save each other. That's what I believe. We are here to save each other. These entities, these corporate entities, these political entities, they are not here to save us. They're here to serve capital. What is here to save us are everyday people. The citizenry itself is going to save itself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Rim says, back for this. I remember they rejected their TARP option. It woke me up. Fuck yeah. I remember this shit too. Mocha adds, when Iceland declared bankruptcy, an Atlantic girl I knew said they stopped overconsumption and were sharing things like lawnmowers and cars. Look, man, 2008 was a wild time. And I cannot, like, one of the things that's going to happen with this next global economic downturn, thanks to the war with Iran, is that we're going to be rehashing a lot of the lessons. Sorry, YouTube. We're going to be rehashing a lot of the lessons that were learned, that we lost. We're going to relearn them shits mad quick. I promise you that. Riri says, I'm trying to learn money more, study the market as it moves. I'm Gen Z. You know what? Fucking fair. It's a lot. You know what? At the end of this, or when we get to a breaking point, remind me and I will give you some important figures that you can follow to help you kind of suss all that stuff out in a way that's going to make sense and is not capitalistic propaganda, in my opinion. Because one thing that you'll learn when you're trying to study money, especially when you're studying money from economists from America or the UK, is that they are following a very specific ideology of economics. And it's very, very difficult for them to break that, which is one of the main reasons why they can never suss out what's happening until after it happens, right? They never know that we are in a bubble that's about to pop until after the bubble has popped. So like just remind me of that. Put a pin in that. I got you, fam. We'll get you there. We'll get you there. All right. So after the 2008 boom, Iceland is facing this major fucking crash. The UK and the Netherlands is offering them a loan to get out of that, but the people would have to pay that loan off over the long run, right? So that's fucked up. While foreign governments were threatening to ostracize Iceland from the international financial system and rating agencies were downgrading its debt, the Icelandic people set about the long and painful process of rebuilding from the crash. Right? Let's see. Punk Lemon says the only way to survive this and the coming stages of U.S. capitalism is community. Facts, I believe you. Riri says they are so out of touch. Yikes. Absolutely. Mocha says the profitable antidote live, or the profile antidote live explains how to organize community and co-op projects. Thank you for dropping that. Hopefully you guys check that out. Remind me of that so I can add that stuff to. I need a scribe. I need a book club scribe so that all the cool things that you guys share, I can just like also add to the Patreon so everybody can pick up that information if they need to. Anyways, continuing on. So the Icelandic people are like, nah, we're not doing that loan shit. We're just gonna figure it out ourselves. Which, fair. Cause fucking same. Fucking same. I did the exact same thing in 2008. Word. Word. Is that an app or you? No, I need a person as a scribe. I mean, I'm sure there is an app for it, but I need a person as a scribe so that, for those tidbits and the books that everybody wants to read and stuff like that, I can make that list and like at the end add that. Yeah. But yeah. So they're like, fuck that. We're going to do it ourselves. So when local elections were held in 2010, the Best Party developed a new democratic policy platform as part of their campaign. The party began asking citizens to pitch policy ideas using the online platform Better Reykjavik. Okay, here we are. This is the thank you, Trini, I appreciate it. I think antidote _ live. That's an account. Jakarta Method is one of the books that was suggested for us to read. I want that. Yeah. I can't remember the other books. It was like a bunch of books that you guys suggested. So if you remember it, drop that down. So here we are. Here's the pattern. When the chips are down, everything's fucked up. Money is scarce. What happens? The society goes to its people and says, "Hey, yo, y'all got any ideas? we done everything else. Y'all got any ideas?" You finally come to the people, and I guarantee you, we are about to find out how the people come up with an even better innovative way to get out of this shit. Let's dive into this and see. Over the course of just 2 weeks, 40,000 people participated in the process and over 1,000 ideas were discussed, many of which were included in the party's platform. When the Best Party won power in 2010, Better Reykjavik became an official part of the city's political infrastructure. 2 years later, a participatory budgeting process called My Neighborhood was introduced so that citizens could have a say in how their local budget was spent. Participants in the program have controlled over 300 million ISK. I think that's the Icelandic currency, right? So they controlled over 300 million ISK of the city's budget. Over 150 ideas have been approved, including a proposal to provide shelters for the homeless and another to turn the city's main commercial street into a pedestrian-only corridor. As well as being able to determine funding for public services, residents are able to allocate 6% of the local government capital investment budget to shape the city's infrastructure spending. Similar platforms have now spread across Europe. That's fucking incredible. Mocha says that the ISK is the Icelandic krone. Nice. Nice. Code drops Michael Parenti, Black Shirts and Reds, as a book suggestion. All right, we're going to put that as a note. Mocha says move away from paid software and have LLMs locally. I agree. But yeah, that is fucking incredible. Check YouTube comments. Word. Sorry, I have not been checking YouTube comments. My bad. I haven't even been on the live for the YouTube thing. Hold on. That's fucking incredible, though. They came to the people, and the people said, hey, let's take care of our homeless, because that's important. Let's... Hold on. I gotta put myself on mute, make sure I'm not, like, being all loud and shit. Oop. Mute. There it is. What's that book recommendation called? Jakarta Method. Jakarta, as in like Jakarta, the city. Jakarta. Jakara. Jakarta. Jakarta. That's what that is. Oop, okay. Sorry, fam. Anyway, you're like the only person that commented on that bitch. So thank you, Co. Co dropped it. But yeah, that's fucking amazing. Instead of them being like, yeah, let's take this loan from the United Kingdom and the Netherlands, even in the face of these motherfuckers downgrading their debt and shit, they're like, we don't give a fuck about none of that. We don't give a fuck about none of that. Hey, Carolyn, how are you? We're going to do something the fuck else. We're going to go to our people, and we're going to ask the people what we should do. And lo and behold, look at this shit. They asked the people what they should do. Thousands of people said, I got an idea. Thousands of ideas were cultivated from this. And when these people got into power to be able to implement this shit, they fucking did the shit, yo. They fucking did it. That's amazing. Okay? Now the people have a say in how this money is allocated, because that's important. Let me make sure. Ooh, sorry. I gotta put the charge the phone. Bam. These people have a say in how this money gets allocated. They get a say where it goes, how it helps their people. You know what I'm saying? You're seeing like even more participation in government, you know, which is the thing that liberals be bitching about all the time. Get out there and vote. Get out there and vote. Everybody's so disenfranchised. Nobody wants to get off the couch and go out and vote. Nobody wants to do anything. You just want to stay home and all this other shit, right? If there were a liberal, if there were a fucking Democrat politician that was like, hey, I want to implement a participatory budget process for our city so that the citizens here get to have a say on how that money is allocated, I guarantee you people will get up and fucking vote. You cannot expect people to participate in a system they know they don't have a real say in. You cannot expect people to participate in a system where they can get somebody to do, like, we're just picking who's going to fuck us over. No. I guarantee you, put participatory budget in a platform, see what the fuck happens. What you're not going to see is the Democrats do that, though. You're not going to see Democrats do that. And Mocha, I don't necessarily know if education should come first. A lot of these people, like the women in Argentina, they did the participatory budgeting first so that they can allocate money so that the schools can be built. You know, I think we do a disservice treating ourselves as if we don't have the knowledge already when we do. We absolutely do. Those women in Argentina are no more smarter than the people in the United Kingdom. They're no more smarter than the people in America. They're no more smarter than most of us. You know, the people in Reykjavik are no more smarter than us. You know, we have the knowledge already. We know how to do this. And time again, with every single example that we're getting in this book, what I'm seeing is when you go to the people and be like, what's the knowledge and how can you share it? The people want to have a say. They want to engage, but not in a way where it's like, pick the person to do this for you. The people want to engage in a way where it's like, no, I want to have a direct connection to this shit. What up? What else, Tima? How you doing, fam? The book that we're reading right now, thank you for that. The book that we're reading right now is Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakeley. If you guys want to read along, for those of you who don't know, you can go to YouTube. I have the text up there. We're reading it. I'm reading it out loud and everything like that. Or you can just listen to my voice here on the Tiki Takis, reading this out loud. But yeah, every single time, every single example is the first step is allowing the people to have a say. Bet. Allowing the people to have a say is the first step. And the people got ideas. The people got ideas. And half the time, and that's the one thing I learned from the Lucas plan. The ideas that the people come up with for themselves is exponentially more beneficial in the long run within capitalism than whatever the fuck these private sector motherfuckers and politicians want to fucking do. Like, we can see that it's better. We can see that it's better. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm learning from this so far. Share what you guys are learning from this so far, too. No, we're not, Ricky. Hey, Ricky. No, we're actually reading. We're reading Vulture Capitalism, Chapter 8. So, I'm going to continue reading. So, here we go. So, these people, they got all these ideas. They were able to turn their main commercial street into a pedestrian-only corridor, which, oh, no, don't be sorry, Ricky. You're getting the lay of the land. They were able to turn their thing into a pedestrian-only corridor, which is amazing. You know, talk about having infrastructure. Mocha pointed out that a lot of the infrastructure and architecture in America is very antithetical to community building. Here's an example of these people trying to rebuild that and making it so that it's safe for people to fucking exist while work, you know? They were able to determine funding for public services, and residents are able to allocate 6% of the local government capital investment budget to shape the city's infrastructure spending. Amazing. Similar platforms have now spread across Europe. Estonia established its Your Priorities platform at a national level, based on the Icelandic model, in the wake of a political scandal in 2012 that compromised the government's legitimacy. Hint, hint. When the government when the legitimacy of the government is getting a little bit shaky, that is the time for the people to rise up and attack. Yeah. Mocha says, "Guess I am thinking how Brexit screwed over UK, but locally, indeed, people will not fall easily fooled." Yeah, and even with that Brexit shit, a lot of that was a manipulation. You know, a lot of that was like corporate and political manipulation. You know, and the UK is a particular case because that bitch Margaret Thatcher has culturally created this idea of community that is, you know, very draconian. And that is a culture that needs to be overcome. You know, that bitch Margaret Thatcher really fucked y'all over a lot. That bitch fucked y'all over a lot. Ugh. Ugh. I wish Britons hated Margaret Thatcher as much as I do. I really do. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Okay, so yeah. Continue reading. Similar platforms have been across Europe. Estonia has done the very same thing, especially because of government delegitimacy problems in 2012. So more recently, Barcelona, I gotta say it right, Barcelona, developed its Decidium, or We Decide. Up. Got restricted again, talking about Margaret Thatcher. But Barcelona developed a We Decide platform, which allows citizens to determine how 5% of the municipal budget, around 75 million euro, is spent over 3 years, right? So the citizens got 75 million euros over 3 years to play with. That's incredible. Next example, Cooperation Jackson. Okay. So, oh, what's up? I don't know if you're here, Afro Latino history guy, but what's up, fam? How you doing? Next example, Cooperation Jackson. In 2014, Kali Akunu helped to fund Cooperation Jackson, which he envisioned as an umbrella organization for cooperatives and community enterprises in the city of Jackson, Mississippi. If y'all can remember, very recently, Jackson, Mississippi was the city that had their water poisoned. They had their water poisoned, and the legislature and government in Mississippi had fucking water trucks come in for the politicians to have fresh water and not for the people. Okay, this is that Jackson, Mississippi we were talking about. But in 2014, Kali Akunu creates the Cooperative Jackson organization, right? The aim was to, quote, build a base of autonomous power in Mississippi that could serve as a catalyst for the democratization of the economy. The plan, known as the Jackson Kush Plan, was based on 3 pillars: people's assemblies, which is having the people be in connection and have a direct say over the municipality, right? A network of progressive political candidates, and a broad-based solidarity economy. Akunu and his comrades started out by setting up a network of people's assemblies that would feed into a people's task force, which would initiate the proposals decided on by the assemblies. In 2009, the group helped elect Chakwe Lumumba to the local council, as well as leading successful campaigns to elect the first ever black sheriff of Hinds County, to resist cuts to the public transport budget, and pass anti-racist legislation in the city. In 2017, Chakwe Antar Lumumba, Lumumba's son, stood as the Democratic Party's candidate for mayor of Jackson and won with 90% of the vote. The final pillar of the Jackson Kush Plan, building a solidarity economy, relied on the construction of cooperative and community organizations from the ground up. Akunu's vision included plans for housing cooperatives, credit unions, urban farms, agricultural cooperatives, land conservation trusts, and an expansion of public services. Right? Motherfuckers doing a lot with a little, you know. The organization occupied unused land to start a network of urban farms and farmers markets. There's that occupying that land shit again. There's that physically occupying that land shit again. Okay? So they occupied this land to start a network of urban farms and farmers markets. They worked together to, quote, promote a healthy diet, affordable produce, and food sovereignty in the city. Okay? I'm picking up the pattern. Are you guys? The people have to have direct say. The people have to have direct control of the land. And when they do, they make sure everybody can eat affordably. That's the first thing that these communities are doing, making sure everybody can eat affordably, and then they hit it with the education. I'm seeing the pattern here, right? So it also developed a campaign to expand worker organizing in the city with the aim of overturning anti-union legislation, right? Since then, the city's co-op networks have blossomed. The Freedom Farms Cooperative grows and sells fresh produce in the local area. The Green Team Landscaping Co-op provides lawn services to clients and the organizations within the co-op network. And the Community Production Cooperative hosts skills training and events for members and residents, as well as supporting local artists, right? That's education there. That's education. You know, these people, Punk Lemon points out this is the hierarchy of needs. Exactly. When we allow the people to have a say in things, the first thing they do is make sure that they got a place to be. The second thing they do is make sure that we got food to eat. And the third thing that we do is make sure that people are educated on how to maintain both of them. That's what we're seeing, right? Coe says, brain takes 30% of calories. Can't think if can't eat. Yes. Education secondary to a bowl of rice. Absolutely. This is why we got to feed our kids. This is why. That's why, you know? So once they have all of this down, they're training people. They're doing skills training here for members and residents. You know what I'm saying? That's incredible. The group has plans to develop several other cooperatives in areas from waste management to healthcare to construction to auto repair. They have also worked with their allies in local government to develop a cooperative incubator and to provide financing support for local co-ops. Cooperative Jackson has also created a community land trust, though through which they have purchased large tracts of land with a plan to build sustainable, affordable housing and preventing gentrification. They've developed a fab lab to train workers in new high-tech skills, developing a people's grocery initiative and community kitchen, and established a new cultural arts cooperative. Okay, so here we have an example where art is not necessarily left behind with all of this, right? That's amazing. They've also worked with the government to re-municipalize public utilities. Very important, right? Create a, quote, human rights charter to future policy and roll out a participatory budget platform. The group even sprang into action during the pandemic, distributing PPE equipment and setting up an eviction support hotline. This, yeah, that's in Jackson, Mississippi, y'all. That's in Jackson, Mississippi. Next example. Gee, these are, I hope that you guys are finding inspiration in this because I think this is incredible. And oftentimes we're not told about this. We don't know anything about this, but this is happening every day. Every day, people like you and I are getting out in the community and doing for self. Where the government fails us, where corporations fail us, where the market fails us, it is the citizenry that fills in that gap. And that's really where we need to be, is where that gap is. Next example, Preston, UK. Hold on, let me drink some water. With its finances stretched and the main street in terrible condition, Preston City Council's hopes for redevelopment lay with the partnership with John Lewis to redevelop the town's shopping center. But when John Lewis pulled out of the project in 2011, council leader Matthew Brown realized he needed a new strategy. Rather than outsourcing public services to private contractors or relying on big corporations to rescue the town, Brown developed a plan to bring community wealth building, CWB, to Preston. Community wealth building is an approach to economic development that, quote, redirects wealth back into the local economy and places control and benefits into the hands of local people. Right? The council would use its procurement budget to boost local businesses and anchor institutions that can't move, like universities and hospitals. In doing so, it would help create jobs, support local businesses, and keep wealth in the area. Writing in the Tribune in January 2022, excuse me, one more time. That's carbonated. It's got me, sorry. Last one, I promise. Brown listed some of the successes of the Preston model, which saw Preston become the UK's most improved town in the first few years of its implementation. In the last 3 months, this is from Brown. I guess I can do the British accent now. In the last 3 months, we have brought forward the real living wage increase, benefiting over 10% of our staff. We are making solid progress with our partners in developing Northwest Mutual, our regional community bank. We are delivering a £70 million regeneration of our city centre, primarily in municipal ownership, including a new £42 million city-owned cinema and leisure development and cooperative housing project. We currently have 5 new worker-owned firms registered. One newly registered worker cooperative, the Preston Cooperative Education Centre, has been founded by members of Preston Trades Council and is being tasked to work with unions to support new cooperative businesses that their members will own and control. Nicely done. These successes have been pushed through even in the context of a deep economic crisis, following years of stagnation and rising inequality, both of which had a disproportionate impact on the north of England. And local people have noticed, while Labour performed badly across the country in local elections in 2021, Preston Labour bucked the trend and easily retained control of the council with an impressive share of the vote. Right? So when you do shit for the people come out for you. They'll keep you in power to continue to doing the shit. Wild how that works. Oh shit. I don't know how to pronounce this. It's Welsh. Fuck. Alright, here we go. Blannew, or what is that? Blannew? Oh man. That's like so strongly Welsh. I'm not even gonna fucking... Let's just figure out how to pronounce that real quick. We're just gonna figure out how to pronounce this real quick because I don't want to fuck this up. Right? Trinity, did you just see that? Do you see that shit? Fuck me. Yikes. That's a strong Welsh word, okay, you guys? I'm not even gonna spell it out for you. We're just gonna try to we're just gonna paste that right here.
Battery 70%.
Make sure that's on.
Connected to HADN, LATTY, DOP, and VS23.
Yo, that second word is fucking crazy. That second word is fucking crazy. Okay. Oh my god. Is that Belfast? I don't think that's Belfast. Is that Belfast? Something. Blyna Festenjorg. Blyna Festenjorg? Blyna Festenjorg. Blyna Festenjorg. Okay, Blyna Festenjorg. It's not Belfast. It's not. But it's pronounced Blyna Festenjorg. Blyna Festenjorg. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I just got to keep saying it. Blyna Festenjorg. Blyna Festenjorg. Blyna Festenjorg. Okay, so the next example is Blyna Festenjorg in York. See? Even Rim was like, geez, okay? That's wild shit. But Blyna Festenjorg is how you pronounce it. So in Blyna Festenjorg is often seen as a classic example of a town that has been left behind by globalization. Most of the villages in Bro Festenjorg, of which Blyna is one, can trace their history back to slate mining, which dominated the Welsh economy for much of the 19th century. With the collapse of the slate industry, Blina became one of the Sorry, you guys. I just realized that my mic went out on YouTube, so I had to fix that. Don't want that to be fucked up. Hold on, I gotta turn this up. And I have to enunciate. Okay, there we go. Okay. God damn it. Have I really been talking that much? My bad, y'all. My bad, yo. Give me 1 second. Before I can continue this, I want to be able to charge this shit up. Ugh. This is really good for like Twitch stream shit. Oh my god. Ugh. Sorry, kids. I'm so sorry. Daddy's sorry. Okay. I know. I'm such a bad dad. I'm such a bad dad. Okay. Whew. Oh my god. Shit. This is what I get for being so dedicated to reading this whole fucking book. This whole goddamn chapter. Thank you guys for riding with me, though. Charge this up. Alright, we're gonna fix that. Yikes. The world we live in. Okay. Sorry for the YouTube people. Hopefully you can still hear me. Oh god. Okay, good. Okay, where did I leave off? Alright, so they got a youth program and shit. They just bought their local pub and shit. That's pretty dope. Gotta have the liquors. Nice. So they've got they've done clean energy projects. They turn a police station into a youth and arts center. They just bought their local pub. So the community is getting all the essential items right now. Okay? So a few minutes from Pinward lies Kwame Weston Sarin, a hotel run by and for disabled people. Nice. So they also got something for like a hotel run and catering to disabled people. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Fuck yeah. Okay. Sherry set up a Kwame Bro to organize all the local cooperatives and social enterprises and help them obtain funding. His office sits directly above the Edworth Ward, which is now a multi-purpose community hub that helps people struggling with food and fuel poverty. Nice. And just like that, oh fuck, I forgot how to. Blenai Festenwerg became the town in Wales with the most social enterprise per capita. That's boss. 15 of them employed nearly 200 people before COVID. And politicians have come from all over the country to learn the key to their success. The key to their success is the motherfucking people, if you haven't fucking heard. God dang, this is dope. Mocha says in northern Italy, there used to be, for decades, a cooperative of single women with disabled children. That's fucking badass. It all started with a ska band, yep. This is fucking dope. Acronymized these names. Word. Look, I don't even know how to pronounce that word, so I don't even know if I could do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying my best. Everybody deserves to have their shit pronounced correctly. You know, at least all the oppressed people. All the oppressed people deserve to have their shit pronounced correctly. Fuck the colonizers, but you know the Welsh, they've been oppressed. So I'm trying my best out here, yo. But this is fucking badass, you know what I'm saying? This is really badass. I'm really liking this one. It wasn't long before the model began to spread across North Wales. 15 miles away in Bethesda, oh God, thank you. In Bethesda, a group of volunteers set up a Partnerith Orgwin, which purchased, man, like I got excited with Bethesda and then they hit me again. That's what I get for getting cocky. But they purchased unused properties on the main street, offering the commercial spaces to local businesses and the apartments above to residents at affordable rents. That's dope. Then they started their own energy cooperative, Yeni Orgwin. I know it's about. I know I'm butchering it. A hydroelectricity plant offering green, affordable power before feeding profits back into the community. A similar model was developed in Penrose, where your Orfsef, a community enterprise, has, with help from the government, raised £1 million to purchase local assets and put them to use for the community. The amount that this small community has achieved over a relatively short period is remarkable. I'll say that. And academics and politicians have taken to studying Blenau to draw some lessons from this success. The lesson is let the people fucking do what the people need to do for the people. That's the lesson. That's a lesson, man. Word. Fucking work, y'all. Fucking work. That's dope. But as Sherry told me when I interviewed him in 2021, there's no secret to what he and his fellow residents have achieved. It's not rocket science. It's just community. It's just community, y'all. It's not fucking rocket science. It's just motherfucking community. I know that's right. I know that's right, man. It's not rocket science. It's community, my nigga. You don't need a study. You don't need a study. We don't need no economists or none of that shit to come here. It's just community. That's what the fuck that is. Just community. Man, community is going to save us all. I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't believe me, if you don't believe me, look at these fucking examples. Community will save us all. Ugh. Trini says, imagine the community workers weren't selling their holes for personal gain. I'm telling you. Ugh. If only. If only. This is the takeaway. This is the takeaway. Experiments in local democratic planning and community organizing like those outlined in this chapter are happening right now all over the world, but they remain small and often isolated islands of resistance to capitalism in a sea of exploitation and oppression. Some argue that this kind of planning can only ever succeed on a small scale. The global economy is simply too large or complex to be subjected to any conscious control. Yet, as we have seen, capitalist economies are subjected to conscious control all the time, just not democratic conscious control. Powerful corporations, financial institutions, states, and empires use their influence to plan who gets what within capitalist societies. And most of the time, their decisions are skewed towards the interest of capital. When people argue that democratic planning at scale is impossible, they are really arguing that it is impossible to challenge capital's power. As we will see in the next chapter, this is patently untrue. The local level examples of democratic planning outlined here provided the foundations on which the shift to a democratic economy will be based. Not only do they show what is possible, they also help to engage and politicize people in a project of collective social transformation. But without reforms to the structure of capitalist societies, such innovations are bound to remain small. Unless we socialize and democratize the ownership of society's most important resources, unless we dissolve the class divide between capital and labor itself, there can be no true democracy. Woo! And that concludes Chapter 8 of Vulture Capitalism by Grace Blakeley. Man, I don't know about y'all, but like this book, we took a break from this book because them first two parts, man, were depressing as fuck, man. I'm so proud of us too, Trini. I'm so proud of us. Fuck yeah. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Go us. Go to people. Power to the people. It's not rocket science, it's just community. That's gonna be the tagline for this shit. That's gonna be the tagline for this shit. It's not rocket science. It's just community. We just went through several examples of just allowing the people to have a say. The people know what the people need. The people know what the people need to do. The people know how to survive this shit. What's getting in the way is capitalist bullshit, man. Really. Really. But yeah. Oh my god. That was incredible. That was incredible, man. I really did. I really appreciated this read. I needed that. Y'all, I needed to read this chapter. Let me tell you. I needed to read this chapter because I was losing hope for a second there. I was losing hope. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah. How do you guys feel about this chapter? You are welcome, Rim. I like reading out loud. So, and I need to. I need to do the vocal labor. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to practice my reading skills. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for not judging me for sounding out words and figuring out definitions. Thank you, Mocha, for being our community researcher and giving us the proper pronunciation of these things and adding your input. Welcome to the Pantheon of Mischief. I hope you join us next week. Anybody who's new here, who's new to the book club and the book club vibe, thank you guys for sharing your Saturday morning with me and with us. It was amazing. I really enjoyed sharing this information with you guys. I really, really did. This was fucking dope. Just fucking dope. I don't know about y'all. Yes, every Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So next Saturday, we'll be going over the last chapter of this book, which is chapter 9. I'm gonna try my best to power through chapter 9 and the conclusion. I'm gonna reconvene with Trini to get all those books that you guys recommended, so I can make a list. At the very least, an Excel spreadsheet that you guys can put in. As a matter of fact, fuck it. If y'all hop onto the Patreon, what I'm gonna do is do a Google Doc. If you guys have Google, I'm gonna do a Google Doc where everybody who has access to the link can go into that, and y'all just add your book ideas, your book recommendations. We're just gonna compile a list of books that the book club as a community wants to read together, that you want me to read to you guys, and we're gonna do it like that. So let me switch it up. Let me go back to the Patreon so y'all see. If y'all can go to the Patreon and let the kid know what it is that you guys want to read, what you guys are interested in, please do that. Yeah, Octavia Butler series. I got you, fam. I got you. I'm gonna make two little charts, little tables. One for nonfiction, one for fiction, right? Because I do want us to. The way I want the book club to be is that we read a fiction book, then we read a nonfiction book. We read a fiction book, then we read a nonfiction book. This is nonfiction. This is great. But with fiction comes creativity and imagination. I want us to be able to imagine better. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I already, executive decision. I have decided what our next book will be as far as fiction. It's gonna be a solar punk one, but I know that you guys are gonna like it. Just trust me. Okay? You're gonna like the book. I know it. Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna just keep this going, especially if nobody can afford to leave their house. Since a lot of us are not gonna be able to afford to leave this bitch because gas is higher than giraffe pussy. Let's do some fun things. But yeah, this was an incredible read. I really appreciated this read. Grace did her big one on that one, for sure. I feel inspired. I don't feel isolated. I don't feel alone. And I feel like I see a path. I feel like I see a path. I hope that you guys, see that as well. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? Real fucking shit. But yeah, if you guys, hold on. View as member. Let's do it that way. But yeah, if you guys want to come through to the Patreon, please do. Share your stuff, and not just stuff about the book club. If you're doing cool shit, like I said, Moss is out there making candles and shit. All the things that you guys are doing to connect with community, share that stuff on the Patreon, please. I want to know those things. I want to know about what you guys are doing in your community, how you're sharing yourself, and how the community is sharing with you, the ways that you are building community. I want to see that stuff. That's the things that I want to know about. I know Trini out here doing comedy, in Georgia, having a great time doing that. I hope that was successful, and I hope you had a great time with your comedy show and doing stand up. Who else is doing stuff? I know Philly's always busy doing stuff and stuff. Co, you always busy doing shit. Oh, it's tonight? Bet! Bet! Okay, great. I thought it was last Saturday. Nice. It is tonight. It's the 9th. Okay, if you guys are out there in Georgia, okay, go check out Trini doing stand up, you know. But yeah, I want you guys to share those things. Share the cool things that you're doing. Much like how Cooley said, I've never met an ordinary person in my life. Every person that I've met, whether I like them or not, have has been a little bit on that extraordinary shit. So share that shit. Share the extraordinary shit that you guys are doing. If ever I get to start doing extraordinary shit, I will share it with y'all. Really, this is it for me. This book club is my extraordinary communal shit that I'm able to do. So thank you for being a part of that. I'm not gonna hold y'all for the rest of the day. As much as I would like to have like conversation about everything that we've read, I think we conversed and discussed during the reading pretty well. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I always appreciate spending this time with y'all. It really does charge my batteries. I need y'all to understand that shit. It really does charge my batteries. I really do appreciate every last one of you. And I hope you guys notice that I got a little bit better with the technological shit when it comes to this book club, especially on YouTube. We had a little bit of a hiccup as far as the microphone at the end, but I'll make sure that everything is like doubly charged. But everything was set up properly. I got here on time. Y'all were late this time instead of me. One time, shit. Okay, so I got here on time. We did the shit on time. I'm trying to set things up in a way that makes sense. Hopefully, at some point, I can figure out how to do this as a multicast, so I can go live on Patreon and YouTube at the same time. I don't know. I feel like I should probably do like a Twitch stream, because that'll make it easier to see the chat. No, so there's a bunch of like technological shit that I'm gonna have to figure out myself. Please bear with me. I'm middle aged. Okay, I'm almost 40, trying to do this shit. You know what I'm saying? So slowly but surely we getting it together. As far as an update, with the changing of the channel, changing of the Patreon and all that other stuff, I got my homeboy on it. He's crafting new branding for the YouTube channel and for the Patreon. So that's gonna switch up relatively soon. Actually, I gotta check in with this motherfucker, because he was asking for that money. Now I gotta make sure he doing what he's supposed to do. Actually, he is. He did the branding for Where It Counts. He's an amazing, brilliant man. I've known that motherfucker since high school. So, I got my brother on the case. So that's coming soon. By the end of this month, probably you guys are gonna see a very different YouTube channel and Patreon. But yeah, cool beans. I don't think there's anything else I need to share or update you guys on. Once again, the Patreon is Where It Counts. I have it up there. The YouTube channel is Citizen Cocaine. I'm probably going to change the Patreon to either Citizens Cocaine or Haven the House Husband. I don't know which one. I'll figure it out, whichever one fits. But yeah, Citizen Cocaine on YouTube, Where It Counts on Patreon. Check your boy out. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing people. I hope you have an amazing Saturday, an amazing week. I will see you motherfuckers next Saturday and all that good shit. So, yeah. Okay. Just remember, as always, be good to yourself. Be good to others. Do what's right, not what's legal. Only justice can bring peace. And like that motherfucker in Wales said, it's not rocket science. It's just community, y'all. Okay.